Only time I had to use that was on the city attorney.
Good afternoon. We are here to have a study session on shade structures. I will let City Manager kick it off.
Thank you, Mayor. We actually have two study session topics. At 2:30, we're here to talk shade structures. At 3:30, we have the Lower Smoky Hill Water Access District. You may recall that staff made a presentation a few months back on the possibility of shade structures at the parking lot that adjoins the stage there at Ash and Santa Fe. To Jim Teutsch's credit, he'd done quite a bit of work in terms of investigating options and talking to vendors and trying to price things out. The conversation kind of stalled out in terms of reaction to the design and the price point. We've had ongoing conversations with the representatives of Salina 2020. I asked them, this is more in kind of in their wheelhouse, something that they've done. They have some insight into aesthetic options or alternatives. And as we talked with them about next steps and their desire to go forward, asked them if they'd be willing to take a run at a design and a cost estimate for consideration. Guy Walker graciously agreed to do that, so I'm going to turn the study session over to him. He has a PowerPoint that he shared with staff to share with you, and he can kind of walk you through their thinking.
Mr. Walker.
Hello. Is this really formal, like I say my name and address? Or is this less formal? I kind of missed that other room. It felt a little more casual.
Right,
this feels like I'm in the city commission meeting. It doesn't feel a lot different.
You are.
I am. Okay. Decorum still applies. Well, anyway, thanks, Mike, for that introduction. And I would say that Mike used the word gracious. I owe Mike and the rest of the city staff a definite apology. We got this to them half an hour ago. We were kind of under the gun to get some renderings done. So thank you very much for being willing to still present. And we're here. I wanted to make sure I shared that we're here not to say this is exactly what we think should happen. This is the exact design. We really wanted to take what Jim and the rest of the city staff had done and maybe just build on it a little bit, recognize all the work they'd done, and then also, but try to think about it from a really long-term perspective, thinking about the sense of place down at the end of Santa Fe, on Ash. It's an important corner, and so just trying to think about all those things really have a somewhat permanent structure, again, that seemed really inviting. And what I was saying to Jim is we kind of had the advantage of knowing that Salina Downtown was working on a farm and art market for that area. So we used that idea as a definite kind of basis for what we started with. So if you want to go to the first one. So this is the last plan, I believe, that Jim had worked with. And you can see that the stage in the corner, and then they were proposing to cover the both sides of the center stack parking, the double stack parking, and then also the west side, the row of parking along the west side. So I just wanted to share that because this is what we used as a starting point for ours. If you want to go to the next one, Mike. So this, it's kind of hard to see, but you can see those dashed lines are in the center and then the dashed lines along the west edge. So that's, again, the approximate area that we were trying to cover, and it's around 6,300 square feet of coverage when you put it all together. And then the architect that we had working on it, she worked with a couple of vendors to try and really understand column spacing and what it would take and those sorts of things. So this particular one was if you had a center row of columns. So you would cantilever out from both sides to cover the center two sides of the double stacked parking, and then you would cantilever to the east to cover the west side. So this, assuming you would want to protect the columns, which I would think we would want to, with some landscape.
That tells us we should.
Yes, I would agree. Yeah, I would agree. It seems like if you don't protect it, it kind of gets hit. So we're assuming we would lose approximately 8 parking places in the parking lot for this particular design. And then that is a model, I guess, so to speak, a 3D model of what the structure could look like. And again, this is just some ideas. This is a curved option. This is similar, I would say, kind of somewhat similar to what the hotel has covering the courtyard. It's a steel structure with polycarbonate panels as one possibility. And the cool thing about the polycarbonate panels is you can pick the color, you can pick the transparency, like how much light and therefore how much heat it will let through. So it's really flexible in that way. And then we added that sign down in the corner, which you might flip to the next one, Mike. You might be able to see it a little bit better. We thought something to really draw attention to the farm and art market. So we just added a fun kind of cool arch over the entrance from Santa Fe. I didn't realize it looks like, unless you cross over the alley, this is the only entrance into that parking lot. So I thought it'd be a really cool way to highlight the market. And that little thing above at the top is the logo from Salina downtown. But again, that's just one option of the curved structures you can kind of see. And again, that had the center row of columns. So Mike, if you want to go, oh, there's another one. Yeah, that's a view, sorry. Yeah, that's a view looking the other direction. So this is looking to the east, or kind of the southeast. And you can see the stage on your left and the two structures. And then this is an option if wanted to go a different direction, and this would require double columns, so on the ends rather than in the middle. So about the same amount of coverage. This was just a slightly different design, maybe just a more interesting shape. But because of the double columns, we would lose 11 parking stalls in the parking lot. It would look really good, I would think, because you'd have a lot of landscaped islands in the parking lot, which looks nice, but it does obviously take away the, from the amount of parking, and then also the spaces for the vendors for the farm and art market. So if you go to the next one, this again was just another idea in terms of a design. So instead of the curved roof, this has a pitched roof, and same concept though. It could steel structure with polycarbonate or some kind of film, panel over the top for light, or to let light through, but also provide shade and protection from rain. If you go to the next one, Mike, it should be the rendering. Same thing, just two of the same views for the different areas. Tried, like I said, to make it as farmers market-esque as we could. And also really tried to come up, these are again just two ideas, but the whole idea was to make it really appealing and inviting for people, make it really attractive when you drive by, because obviously most of the time it's just going to be a parking lot. There's the art markets once a week, and then they use it for concerts and things like that. But obviously most of the time it's a parking lot, so it still needs to serve that purpose. So this was just again a couple of ideas that we had. And then we wanted to at least have some budget numbers for you, so we weren't just talking completely arbitrarily about, it looks nice, but not exactly sure how much it costs. So we had two vendors that we worked with to get some pricing. So the first one was Cowwall, and the pictures on the right are just what I found from their website. I just wanted you to see what those companies are capable of. Cowwall, like I said, is polycarbonate roof panels, but those are not very flexible, so that does somewhat limit the shape that you can do. But you have multiple color options or color options and transparency levels. And the really nice thing about them is it's a turnkey solution. So they do engineering, manufacturing, and installation. So it would be kind of a one-stop shop. And you can see the pricing down below. Those are actually pretty hard bids for what we were showing with the center row of columns. So Canopy A, which is the larger one that covers the double stacked parking, $550,000, and then the canopy that covers the west side row is $317,000. So they took a pretty hard look at the project, and so those numbers are. I actually have a proposal from them that they prepared. And then the other vendor we worked with was Structure Flex. They did not give a hard estimate, but they gave us pretty solid pricing numbers that they felt really good about. They said you can pretty much count on $125 per square foot of coverage for the structure and the film, and then about $25 a square foot for the footings and foundation. So a total of $150 a square foot. And again, those pictures on the right are just some of the structures that they created. They use a flexible fabric rather than polycarbonate panels. So the downside is that it's perhaps not as durable. You don't have as long of a warranty. The positive is because it's flexible, you can do just about any shape you want. So they have some pretty wild designs on their website because the film will kind of curve to whatever you want it to do. So, and I thought those were really neat. Actually, the one on the top is in Kansas City at the old Ward Parkway Mall, covering like a pavilion area of restaurants. And they also did, I forgot, Structure Flex, if you're familiar with Power and Light, the Power and Light District, that huge cover that's over the main area, they did that project. So very well versed. Again, multiple color options for the film, multiple transparencies, so light and heat, you can kind of decide how much protection you want. And then they're also a turnkey solution. They'll do engineering, manufacturing, and installation as well. So you can see their pricing down below. We used 4,000 square feet for the center stacked one, or for the double stacked, and 2,300 square feet for the west side. So there's the pricing for those. So higher than Calwall, and just kind of a difference of different manufacturer or different types of roofing system. I think a similar steel structure. So those are our ideas. Again, we really want to reiterate that we're not saying that it should look exactly like either one of those. Just trying to go for a structure that was really permanent, looks attractive, appealing for people. I don't know what the right word is, but just trying to make it interesting so it kind of draws people in, which I know is what SDI is trying to accomplish with the farm and art market as well. So talking about funding options, it sounds like Debbie's going to get into some details. I think from Salina 2020's perspective, as Debbie will share, the TIF is outperforming everybody's expectations, actually more so than I even realized. Kind of an example, Debbie has a staggering number that I'll let her share, but one thing that we found is when we looked at projections, we projected that the TIF would collect approximately $4.9 million over the entire life of the 20 years. And at about year 5, it's already collected just under $4 million. So it's like 90% of the way to where our projections were only about 5 years in. So there's going to be a lot of excess money. And from Salina 2020's perspective, we're thinking all these businesses and property owners are paying more property taxes. And so we feel like those dollars should just continue to be reinvested in the downtown area to help benefit those same property owners who are kind of footing the bill for it. So, and we're thinking that things like this, there's going to be other opportunities. This is probably just one of things that can be done that can really potentially make a big impact on the downtown area and on all the businesses and their success over the long term. So, you all want to add anything to that? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it. And I'm happy to answer any questions, or if you want Debbie to go first, and then I can come back up, whatever you'd prefer.
Questions, Mr.
I've
Walker?
got a couple questions.
Sure.
I know on this Structure Flex, it looks like they're much taller than, and again, it's just examples. What's the anticipated height of the structures going to be?
Well, I think it's we were trying to balance that because it's, on the one hand, the higher the better because they look cool and it draws you in. On the flip side, though, because when they have concerts in the evening, the higher it is, the harder it is to provide shade from the west. So I think pretty flexible. The ones that were drawn, I think she did 14 feet from the ground to the. Maybe it looks like a little less than that. I can't. Well, no, I think 12 to 14 was something like that. Basically, from the parking lot elevation to the bottom of the structure.
Because again, if we're using it for concerts and stuff, it needs to be obviously high enough not so.
Absolutely, sure. And they also, I know that one important thing is providing some shade for the band playing as well.
Right.
Because the sun sets to the west. We didn't really contemplate that at all. I think the idea that city staff had was to use a fabric thing that was somewhat flexible and things which we would be very supportive of.
And besides the number of parking spots you lose, what's the pros or cons to the single versus the double columns?
Probably line of sight was the only thing I could think of. I mean, I definitely think the parking makes a big difference, but I would think the center column would provide less obstructions for the stage and probably less obstructions for the vendors as well when they're setting up underneath it. That's about the only thing I could really think of.
And the difference between one of them's material and one's the polycarb, what's the life expectancy? And if like, I'm guessing you can keep the same structure and just replace
That's correct,
the-
yeah. In both cases.
both
you can
cases.
Yes, in both cases, as long as the steel structure is good, you can replace the film, the fabric, or you can replace the polycarbonate panels. I believe the polycarbonate panels have a 20-year warranty. It obviously depreciates as you go, but I cannot remember the structure, the fabric one. But they did tell me that the Power and Light one is the original one, and that was, I think, 2006.
really?
It's held up. I mean, I would say it's held up pretty well.
Yeah, and again, hopefully they both, again, the one's obviously been in Kansas, but with our winds and
Yeah. Well, we could
winds
talk.
and hail would be the two concerns of,
Yeah.
of either.
Absolutely. And we could talk to them about how, I know they've done those two. They've done the one at Ward Parkway and they've done Power and Light. I'm not sure if I mean, I would assume they've been hailed on, but I honestly don't know. Certainly, again, would want to do those kinds of investigations and ask those kinds of questions. We just wanted to make sure we presented multiple options and just some ideas, so.
You put out there the Power and Light installation. I'm sure many of us have seen that. Do you have any other examples that as we travel, we could pop in and
I can
check
get
out?
some for you. The other one in Kansas City is at Ward Parkway Mall. I can send you the address for that one. It's much newer. It was probably built in I'd say somewhere between 2016 and 2018. It's that top one there. But I can get you some examples as you're traveling around to
Okay.
see some different options. And I know that Cowwall just did an installation in Topeka. I think it's brand new, but you could at least see what they look like new.
Well, I'm in Topeka pretty frequently.
Yeah,
so
you
that
bet.
would be
I can do
great.
that, sure.
Because this has deviated quite a bit from our original presentation we had on the sail structures, the kind of overhead sails. I kind of like this concept a little more. The durability of the sails was just, I thought they'd sail away.
It is a little windy here, that is for sure. Yeah, well, thank you.
I think I know the answer, but so much stuff comes before. Does the building authority actually control that parking lot, or the city?
We own this parking lot. The building authority owns the lot to the west.
Lot adjacent, okay.
Yep.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Are there, so these would obviously be permanent structures. Are there events in which we plan to have in which you really want the open space? In other words, where these structures would be in the way? And I can see for concerts, the lower it is, I would imagine the worse it is for acoustics and line of sight of the performers. But these are intended to be very permanent structures, which
Yep, that's correct. And I'd defer to SDI on what they've had ideas for events. I will admit we have not done much event planning, at least for downtown. We've done event planning before, but we certainly are in the camp of wanting to work in collaboration with city staff and with SDI to try and come up with a design that does make sense to achieve, to kind of meet the needs, as many as you can, for the parking lot. So again, didn't want to say that it should look exactly like this, but so we'd be very open to input on trying to make it work for everybody, but also in such a way that it is eye-catching and, draws a lot of attention.
in the winter, I'm assuming the farmer's market is not.
I believe it's May through October.
Right, so it's several months when it would not be used for that.
True, yeah.
And I think was it Overland Park, one of the cities that has a downtown, it is Overland Park. And, when it's, people are in it and bustling, it looks great. When it's empty, it looks, ooh, what are you doing, that dank space? But it's a permanent structure as well, it can't go anywhere. I didn't know if there was planning for programs that would require access to the sky, so to speak.
Oh, well, remember, there will be, that was one thing I think that city staff, in my opinion, did a really good job of. It's only of the entirety of the parking lot, you're probably only talking about covering 25% of it. So in a way, it's kind of a good combo. You'd have the covered areas, but then you also have a pretty significant amount that still remained uncovered. Mike, would you mind going back to a couple to?
It's actually Jacob,
Jacob.
but-
Sorry, I thought you were doing it. Sorry, Jacob. So you can see that like, for example, that row along the east side and the row along the south side, in terms of the actual parking spaces, would remain uncovered, and then all the drive aisles would remain uncovered. So it does provide a nice, I think, kind of a nice blend of, if it's really hot and you want to be under the covered area, you can. If it's the fall and it's chilly and you want to be out in the sunshine, you can. So yeah, that's why we wanted to follow that's where they had started there, I think, or maybe not started there, but ended up there. And so we followed that as the kind of the guideline or the guiding part of it.
Okay.
I think in the middle of summer, that might become a premium parking lot.
Yeah, I know.
Park in the shade.
I had a few people that were looking at this at the office say, I think people will park under there just to protect their car from the sun.
That's my plan.
The one question I did have after looking at this, we talked about a little more shade for the stage area, so we would have to come up with, besides these two, I'm looking to SDI, we'd need to come up with some other way to shade that stage.
Primarily for the bands, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking that
Yeah.
that one, you could do something similar where you connected to the structure with a
Right.
sail or something, or, trying to help. I think it's from the west, right? When the sun sets, when those
it's really bad
concerts are in the
late
evenings.
afternoons,
Yeah.
so.
Would it
Absolutely.
be possible to look at like a retractable awning up on the stage?
I think that would be, yeah. We did a retractable awning on one store downtown, and it's, with the wind, it has a wind sensor, so it wants to pull itself back in a lot. But I mean, I'd say it's out. It seems like it's able to be out so far about 50% of the time, and then the other 50% of the time it wants to pull itself back in because it's protecting from the wind. But I would think that would be a possibility.
But you still have that mechanism to worry about. I would prefer probably a fixed structure myself. And
The only
and I
other
would think,
downfall is-
I would think somebody that does this for a living could obviously tie that into the structure and make it aesthetically pleasing and also take
Yeah,
care of
the other
issue.
downside is since Bob Ash, we don't have a local, I haven't been able to find a local vendor for awnings.
Yeah.
Which makes it a little difficult when you're working just for somebody from Wichita. Any other questions I can answer? Well, again, I appreciate the time, appreciate city staff's cooperation and Grace getting this to them so late, so thank you very much.
So before Debbie comes up, I might give a little bit of a recap. Mayor and Commissioners, you may recall this document. I'd be happy to hand it out, but it's the cheat sheet or the summary of the development agreement that we attach to each one of the staff reports, and it kind of breaks down the allocation of funds and how they were set up. And Debbie's going to speak to this in a little bit more detail, but you may recall that the TIF district was formed. There was a scope of a project that was described as part of that TIF district narrative, but then there also was provision that the use of those TIF funds was not limited just to that project narrative. And so there's provision that allows for use of additional funds for additional items as part of the TIF district. Then there is the master development agreement about the use of the TIF funds. The other thing that I would tell you is that as part of forming a TIF district, the county and the school district, not just locally but statutorily, each county and school district impacted, essentially you need their consent. They essentially have a veto authority over formation of the TIF district. We went through that process. Neither one of them opposed formation of the TIF district, and my understanding, my expectation is no additional consent is needed from them to do something like this. But I'd call that to your attention that just maybe out of courtesy or communication, we may want to have that conversation or make them aware of this discussion. And then Debbie can speak to You may recall that specific to the TIF, there's a hotel TIF fund created, an apartment TIF fund. There was a dollar amount allocated to incentivize development of market rate apartments in the downtown. There's an old Chicago TIF fund, and there's a new business TIF fund. And so, as Guy mentioned, things are performing better than the original projections. The master development agreement provided that in the event that the targets were hit for the hotel, the apartments, and the old Chicago, any additional proceeds would roll into the new business TIF fund. And so with that, I think Debbie can speak to kind of where things stand. There's also the community improvement district aspect of the project, and there's a CID for the downtown. Those funds are broken out as well, and there's a pass-through provided for to SDI that's probably, I'm not suggesting that's where the funds be taken from, but as they're described, that's probably the most analogous to something like this if it were going to be CDAD rather than TIF.
So Mr. Walker mentioned that there was originally $4.9 million in TIF over a 20-year period. Is that the dollar amount agreed upon by the county in the USD 305?
No, the TIF district formation language identifies that if additional funds are generated, they are eligible to go into the eligible uses for TIF purposes.
Over a 20-year period? Is that
Yes.
what the TIF states? So whatever we collect over that 20 years is what we could. And maybe you're going to hit on this, but a few months ago when we discussed this, we were also discussing, the Masonic Temple parking lot and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have X number of dollars set aside for parking or something? Didn't we? Didn't we have a dollar amount?
In the Star Bond District,
In
we
the
did.
Star Bond District, right.
And I guess I'll start there. Of the Star Bond District funding that the city got for
Oh,
downtown
right.
Fieldhouse
Right.
parking and all of that, we have about $300,000 left in that funding.
So that's dollars we could use for this if we wish to.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And
That-
that's
I
the
knew there was
dollars
a
we
dollar
talked
amount out
about
there.
using for the
Okay.
temple and those types of things. So there's about $300,000 left in that funding source.
That's okay.
So, and as a clarification, there was a prioritization of uses, and the parking reference initially was parking for renovation of the Bank of America parking lot and the parking lot south of there in support of the field house, and then the possibility of acquiring property north and east of the field house, which in coordination with the master developers, we discussed that and chose not to go forward with that. So when we say parking, the parking that was initially contemplated was the field house, not necessarily the temple, but with remaining
Right.
funds, we have some
But
options.
we have 300,000 that's available out of that Star Bonds. Okay. I knew there was a dollar amount. I couldn't remember what it was. Thank you.
That's correct. Jacob, oh, there you go. So what Mike asked me to do is, first of all, he asked me to take the estimates that Salina 2020 has gotten and put a number to those if we chose not to fund those up front, or if we couldn't fund those up front, what the cost of that financing would be over the period of the TIF or CID district. So that ranges from anywhere from $75,000 a year to $90,000 a year, depending on which funding source you use and which options you use. So if you can see about $945,000, so about $1 million a year would cost about $90,000 a year in annual debt financing, only through the end of those districts, or those periods of those districts, because they do end in 2039. The TIF ends in 2039, and the CID ends in 2041. And so I kind of calculated that so that you could think, if we didn't do this all up front, if we didn't have $1 million, we could debt finance that over a period of time and use that funding throughout that period of time to pay for those improvements. So what we've done in this spreadsheet, and I left you a copy on your tables, was I took there were different categories, as Mike mentioned, in the downtown TIF area. 18.3% was going to the hotel, up to $800,000. 21% was going to the apartments for downtown apartments, at a balance at a total of $920,000. Old Chicago's getting 6.9% of that money, up to $300,000. So those are the three kind of unique projects that are in there, and the remaining funding of the TIF goes to the new business fund at 53.8%. And within that fund, we have signed transfer agreements for Barilla Grill, Grassroots, Fourth and Walnut, the Yard, and the Hive. And those are our commitments to date out of that funding. With the collection to date, we've already collected most of the funding for the hotel. We still owe about $145,000 to that pot. Of the apartment, we owe about $106,000 still, and of Old Chicago's funding, we owe about $84,000. And you can see down, as you go down that presentation, in those columns, the hotel is collecting about $143,500 a year. That's the average over the last 3 years. So I'm estimating that we'll pay that $800,000 off in the next year, a little over a year. The apartment is collecting about $165,000 almost a year, and so I'm estimating that $920,000 will be committed. We'll have we haven't paid those, but if we set that funding aside and left it there until we had to pay them, those are all pay-as-you-go. So those will actually get paid off, except for the apartment, because we don't have a project there. That's sitting in the fund balance. The hotel gets paid off as we collect. Old Chicago gets paid off as we collect, so that funding comes in and goes out. Old Chicago is collecting about $54,000 a year in their allocation. Estimate that they'd be paid off within less than 2 years. The new business fund that's getting the extra 53.8%, as Mike said, once those get paid off, all of that funding will be going to the new business fund. So currently we've collected about a little over $2 million in the TIF fund for new business funding. We have commitments to those particular, those 4 entities, and we currently owe them the orange line that runs across there. That's what we owe them to date. That's after we've paid them. They're 3 or 4 years already. So we have a commitment to those 4 of about $865,000. Our fund balance, our cash balance in that fund right now is $1.9 million because we've collected more than what we've paid out, and we've actually collected more. So right now we have in excess of about $1 million in that fund after the commitments, if we set aside those commitments. If you take their average collection in a year is about $422,000. So if you calculate all of those collections out for the remainder of the TIF district through 2039, we will collect approximately $11.8 million additional dollars through 2039, and we have committed to date about $10.5 million. Or no, that's the excess, would be about $10.5 million. So I'm just going to stop there on the TIF district and see if you have any questions on that. We'll do, the CID is very similar, it's just, it's not collecting as much, so the numbers don't look as good. But if you have questions on that TIF, any about those numbers, I can answer those.
One additional point, the transfer agreements are structured for a hierarchy in the order that they were approved and annual payments over the life of those, over time. I was going to say over the life of the projects, but potentially it goes with the property. So it was never set up to be a lump sum payment at the outset. It was intended to be annually over time in a priority order in the order of approval. The original agreement was structured not knowing whether the numbers would be met or the projections would be met and contemplated shortfalls. It didn't necessarily contemplate the excess that we're experiencing.
That's correct.
Questions for Ms. Peck?
Go ahead, I'm doing some calculating here.
You said that Old Chicago should pay off in less than 2 years. What, do you have an estimate when the hotel will pay out?
It's about a year.
In a year.
A year.
5 years?
1
No,
year.
a year. 1 year.
1 year?
Yeah.
So, and that leads me, so unless I'm thinking through this incorrectly, by the time we would, as long as it takes us to do anything, by the time we got this taken care of, we're, let's say we're a year out, we would basically no longer be paying on the apartment TIF or the hotel TIF.
Correct.
So and Old Chicago would be right behind there. So that's $200,000 to debt,
$300,000 additional a year, roughly.
to debt service
Yes.
Right.
Or to this project.
or to this project. Yeah, I mean, so to do this project, if we took what we had sitting in there in the star bonds, I mean, we can basically pay for the thing in its entirety in a year.
We could theoretically pay for this thing with the money we have in this fund right now, because
Yeah.
we have $1 million that's
So I'm trying to
not
figure out why we're
committed.
worrying about debt financing.
Right, that's
We're gonna-
without debt financing.
So one, as a frame of reference of how it compares to the others. The other is we're going to have to sort out the provisions of the development agreement in terms of how we address this. So one scenario is we, the city, or someone else, front those funds and then get paid back over time. So we're a transferee, just like all the other transferees already in line. Or we would have to go in and mutually agree to an amendment to the development agreement. My first reaction is we'd escrow funds so that we had all the funds necessary to pay the transferees that had previously been approved without necessarily distributing those funds, continuing to distribute those funds over time. And then we're either reimbursing ourselves or we're trying to accumulate the funds to pay cash. So there's a couple of ways to work it out. My first question for you as the governing body is your receptivity to the scope and price tag of this project, just generally. If it's something that you are receptive to, then we can start to dig into the mechanics of how we would have to make that happen.
Well, these price quotes seem a lot less than the original estimates we got on the sale concept.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but they're in the same general ballpark.
Yeah, I think we were,
I think ours.
the high side, we're talking $1 million.
Yeah, we were just a little over $1 million on the high
They
end of
were,
ours.
they were pretty close.
Yep.
They were pretty
Now,
close.
Jim said
and
they
we
were about
also,
$500,000.
we also had a couple of plans to cover a little bit
Yeah,
more.
yeah.
I mean, we
Right.
had several different plans, so we had plans that covered more of the parking lot. It was kind of so I think the maximum plan covering most of the parking lot was closer to that $1 million. And then as we backed it off, it, per square foot became less, but.
Well, you put a little bit of shade out there, people find it. As I've noticed, when there is events, they all huddle under.
Right. And I think part of staff's initial rationale for breaking it up like we did was cost. Just from I think a lot of people their first expectation would be that you fully cover the area in question. We were trying to keep costs down and allow for traffic circulation, but it's conceivable that you could cover the entirety of that lot or not have broken up open spaces.
Well, if we covered the entire lot, people would get cold and they would complain that there was nowhere to sit in the sun, so.
So unless I'm missing something from I'm going to call it a cost recovery, we're generating sufficient income to do this, reinvest back into our downtown. And with the funds, and again, what the taxpayer needs to realize, this isn't coming out of property tax. It only comes out of the dollars that you spend when you're in the downtown area.
These particular dollars come out of property tax on the downtown
Okay,
area.
property tax.
It's
But
the increment.
The increment of the value
that's
that we've
okay.
added to the downtown.
But that's,
Yes.
again,
Yes.
not the general public. It's
Right.
it's affecting, yeah,
Correct.
Right.
and it's reinvesting in your downtown. So,
Correct. Correct.
Well, and I think it would, the investment would pay off as it would bring more people downtown when it's 105. And,
As it currently stands, if this were to play itself out, at the point that these are paid off, then those funds would go into the new business TIF fund. And so if there's receptivity on your part, we will need to pursue what the mechanism is to rework that scenario.
And I guess based on that, I'm going to look at the 2020 group and say, okay, because I know there's still hope. There's still new businesses going to be moving into the downtown. So how do we structure that we can do this, but also have funds available for the new businesses coming in? I guess.
Yeah, there's fund balance currently. Then this
Do we
conceivably
feel like
wouldn't
there's
take up all the fund balance.
sufficient? Yeah, I mean, I guess it's that balancing act.
Right.
I don't want to short ourselves that if something's brought to us for, a new business coming downtown, that we're short
Well,
there.
like
So
Mike mentioned also, the transferees are paid on an annual amount. So if we give them, for example, $125,000 to Barillo, they may only be getting $8,000 a year annually throughout the plan year. And there's probably some purpose for that. I won't tell you what I think it is, but, so we're only committed to that plan year each year. So they're not pay-as-you-go, so they're not getting paid up front. They sign the agreement that says, we'll take this annual allotment each year, and over the course of the, however many years they're in the plan, because it depends on where they sign, what year they sign up, that plus interest, they're paid that amount, an annual allocation. I don't remember what the exact dollar amount is for annual allocations right now, but I'm thinking it's somewhere in the $80,000 range that we're paying out annually to those 4 particular businesses.
So,
So if we added another one and they were another 40,000, we'd only be committed to the 40,000 that we would be collecting otherwise. But we're collecting enough in that new business fund to pay for, we're collecting $22,000 right now without any additional funding in there that could be used for any additional transferees. That makes sense.
and you may recall that when, the reason we refer to them as a transferee is they are transferred, some of the rights and obligations of the master development agreement are transferred to them. And so I envision that once we get some direction from you, we're going to have to dive into who are the parties to that need to concur with an approach and how we go about that.
Did either vendor give a timeline on when this could all get started?
I didn't ask for a timeline, but I can, you asked for some examples, I can follow up with a timeline from them. They control the engineering and everything, so it would be almost 100, once the design was decided upon, the shape, the height, the size, and all that, we would be dependent upon that vendor for the time frame.
Does their cost include engineering? Because I know most of our projects now, there's a 10 to 15% markup on, I say markup, engineering costs. So I didn't know if their structure included the engineering, since it's kind of a turnkey.
I can tell you that the cow wall one does include design and engineering, because I had an actual proposal. Structure flex was not that specific, so that's another question I can find out.
And we find that design and engineering takes forever. That's why
That's part of the reason I'm under the gun today, and I didn't get this to Mike until late, because we were working with an architect, and she's busy and I'm busy, and so I totally agree. Everything takes a little longer than we want it to, without a doubt.
But if you're getting paid for the construction based on your own engineering, you're gonna do it a little bit.
It's a good point, yeah.
I mean, you have some benefit to getting it done, besides just.
Because you don't get your final deposit until it's installed, so.
who would manage this project?
We haven't
Be a
drawn
design-
straws for that yet. And part of it probably turns on how we put the funding together. I mean, we could work around it either way in terms of funding, but part of this whole decision will have to be, is this a city-funded project up front and we're getting reimbursed like a transferee, or are we trying to draw funds out of the fund balance, and then we could talk about whether we authorize others or whether we're doing it ourselves.
Commissioner Hoppick, you made a comment when Debbie was up here that I thought was, that I didn't even touch on, that I would completely agree with, which is, I think Salina 2020 is in agreement with you in the sense that we aren't thinking that all of this should be spent on even one project or multiple projects. I mean, we do think there's going to be future opportunities to incentivize new businesses. And obviously, when you've got that kind of dollars available, you've probably got quite a bit of, you've got some real horsepower there to incentivize something. So we think there'll be future opportunities. We would not at all be proposing to spend it all on this or other public projects. But we do think a nice balance, between the two is good, So I just wanted to make sure I addressed that. It was good observation, I thought.
So then if we look at the CID portion real quick, it is structured a little bit differently. The core projects do not have maximums, so they're getting, except for Old Chicago does, but the downtown SDI maintenance is the 40%, 40.6% throughout the whole project plan years. So that's not going to come back. We're not going to pay it off. We're not going to do anything with that. So what we've paid off in there is the master developer at $200,000. We've already paid that off. We'll probably pay off Old Chicago. It's a little bit slower. It's going to take probably 15 more years. When we look at the new retail improvement for the CID, we've collected about $600,000. Our commitments, our fund balance right now is about $460,000. Our commitments are about $700,000. So that one, we don't have funding today to pay off those commitments. But there again, those are annual commitments. They're based on, they get paid annually a flat amount. Then I think you have to flip it over. There's also another section, it didn't even print, of that's new retail. We have existing retailers that are also in this pool. We only have one transferee under there, but there again, their dollar amount will go to them annually just like it does here. It is here. The existing. We have a $713,000 commitment and a cash balance of $204,000. So we'll need that funding to pay those commitments off throughout the years.
And just to clarify, Old Chicago has both a TIF allocation and a CID allocation, and it is capped at $50,000 on the
Yes.
CID.
Yes.
So it's not
On this one it
open-ended.
is, yes. So we didn't feel like the funding flexibility was not as great in the CID as it is in the TIF. That's all I had.
Questions for Ms. Peck?
Yeah, this is perfect. We got something we like, we can pay for it, so do it.
Ms. Bishop?
Thank you, Mayor. To address Dr. Davis's comment about the time that the permanent coverage would be empty, I really believe that it would allow us to do some additional events with the coverage. For example, we do a holiday farm or holiday art market at the Salina Art Center warehouse, and we're outgrowing that. So the idea is, when I've talked to Darren, is to bring that over to that parking lot and be underneath the coverage. So that would be something that we could use that space for, and that's in November. I think also we would be able to possibly even do something in February for around Valentine's Day. You know, wine is red, violets are blue, kind of thing. But it will allow us to do some things that maybe we can't do when the weather is questionable. And I think it could be a real benefit to our numbers. And as Mayor Longbine, if you come to any of our First Friday events or our special concerts, you think no one's there until you look at the shade line. And that's where everybody is. And I just really appreciate this coming back to all of you and your and Salina 2020's work, because I think it really will expand our opportunities. And if the Farm and Art Market goes the way that we really believe it will, it will allow more vendors and artisans to come that maybe don't have a canopy. And so those, like at the Overland Park Market, those fees are adjusted a little bit differently because we're providing the shade, so to speak. So it does offer an opportunity for us to do a few more things to add to the vibrancy of our downtown.
Like put a video sign board underneath one?
Remember, it's a digital
I'm sorry,
messenger board.
Thank you.
But we are going to do a family movie night in October, and having some coverage for that would be really beneficial as well. And then during the holidays, especially during the Parade of Lights, when the dance troupes all perform, that will give some coverage if the weather is snowing or that kind of thing. So anyway, thank you.
Leslie, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you have an opinion about partial coverage versus full coverage?
I like partial.
Yep.
Personally, and I do, and And we've adjusted our times on our first Friday and summer concerts, so we are starting an hour later. And so you'll see Diane and April and I out there, okay, what time is it in the sun? And so about 7:30, the band is pretty well protected, but in some cases, they only have 30 minutes left to play. So we did adjust our time, but having some protection for our band members, especially their equipment. We had a band last year that had their equipment just stopped working. It was so hot. And then I think you also may have heard that there were chairs that were sinking into the asphalt because it was so hot. So this really will, and hopefully too, it'll bring more people out to do what we want our downtown to be, a neighborhood for the community and for everyone to come and enjoy our free concerts. Thank you.
And do those structures, they obviously have some type of lighting? It looked like all of those have some type of lighting underneath them and everything for the evenings, nights?
They sure can.
Yeah, I guess, Mr.
I assume that may not be in the current budget.
But yeah, those sorts of things certainly can be added.
Mr. Walker.
Good evening, or good afternoon, I guess. Sounds like you're all very receptive to this, so I don't want to beat a dead horse. If we're winning, I guess I should stop. But
Don't mess up what everybody else has done, okay?
But clearly, the downtown district is working way better than we ever dreamed it would. I mean, this was our hope, and we never thought we'd have the problem about what to do with some of this extra money, but it's a good problem to have. So we would just encourage that we figure out how to do a first-class structure there because we have the funds to do it. And the downtown, the downtown retailers are doing okay, but I don't know when I talk to them as individuals that they feel like they're having the kind of success that these finances would indicate for the downtown or as individual small businesses. So anything we can do to help make the downtown even more appealing, draw in more people, I think that reinvestment would be really, really good. I get in trouble with my company. We're toying with the idea of a second hotel for downtown. The Homewood is doing really, really well, and we feel like anything we could do to get more bodies downtown, to go eat at the restaurants and so forth is worthwhile. We have you were gracious enough to grant some of the parking concessions for the old Safe Light building, and we have a signed letter of intent for a restaurant for that space now, and working toward hopefully a signed lease here at some point. So, and I think the other thing we have to remember is every time we open a new restaurant, or especially a second hotel, then these numbers are just going to accelerate even more. So I think being willing to make these investments is going to be something that's good for all of us. But really want to figure out how we can do everything we can so that those small businesses downtown can not just survive but thrive. So I just encourage you to. It sounds like you already are. You're looking very favorably upon this, but I appreciate all that this commission has done and the prior commission to help our downtown become what it has. So thank you.
Thank you. And while you have something, Larry? Okay. While Salina 2020 and SDI are here, I'll share a compliment that I received yesterday. I was up in Concordia for a graduation reception, and the graduate's family from Tennessee came up to me and shared that his men's Bible study group, someone shared, oh, you're going to Kansas, you need to stop in Salina and eat at Martinelli's. And so they did. They spent the afternoon downtown Saturday and ate at Martinelli's on the recommendation from a friend in Tennessee, and shopped at a couple different places and just had nothing but good and positive things to say about our downtown. So thank you for all that you've done and continue to do.
Mayor, while may I share one more compliment to downtown Salina?
Up here, please.
Come to the mic.
You got 2 minutes.
Okay, really fast, really fast. We just got back from Birmingham, Alabama for the Main Street Now conference, and I am here to tell you that when we walked in and people asked where we were from, and we said Salina, and they said, "Oh, you're downtown. You guys are doing great things in downtown Salina." And that's not just Kansas. That's downtown Main Street directors from all over the country. So, thank you.
Anything else? Okay.
You
we
need
will
direction
adjourn.
from, I guess,
Unless you tell me otherwise, what I heard is receptivity to the concept. Staff needs to work out the agreement details and otherwise, and we'll continue to work with Salina 2020 to proceed.
And we'd like the option of lights.
I would think so.
Yeah.
From a safety standpoint and from an aesthetic standpoint, I think the additional lighting, and it sounds like from a budgetary standpoint, we can probably handle that.
What about making the shade structure for the stage kind of blend in with everything as well, rather than a separate?
We can certainly coordinate on.
They're worth looking into.
Right.
Are they?
Oh, I guess one thing I meant to ask about is power and electricity. With the farmer's market, has anyone incorporated power for these different events? Or are we gonna have long extension cords? But, yeah, I say we move ahead and,
Okay. Okay, thank you.
we will be back here at 3:30 for our water district meeting. Okay, I will call this meeting of the Lower Smoky Hill Water Supply District to order on May 13th. I will ask staff if the confirmation of the Kansas Open Meetings Act has been properly notified.
Yes.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Bill Longbine,
Here.
Tom Holt, Carl Esping,
Here.
Greg Lankowitz,
Here.
Trent Davis,
Here.
Mike Hoppick,
Here.
Jerry Ivy.
Here.
Thank you. We have no public hearings. Can I hear a motion to approve the minutes of March 11th, 2020?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. New business.
Item 4.1 is to review the 2025 budget. I'm not sure why it's 4.1. Review the 2025 budget and authorize publication of the 2025 budget notice of public hearing.
Ms. Peck.
Good afternoon, Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. Before you, I presented, well, you got something in the packet, but we presented a new budget document for you, for us to discuss. We got updated numbers from the Water District late Friday evening, so we've added those. The numbers for the 2025 budget did not change from that, from the original document we have. Total revenues being proposed are $221,834. Total expenditures being proposed $221,834. I will note that this is about double what the 2024 budget was adopted at, and those numbers do come from the Water District. For this action, we need to look at those numbers, talk about those numbers. We also need to authorize, pass a motion to authorize the publication of the budget notice and to set our public hearing date for July 22nd, 2024. So if you have any questions, comments, I'm sure Martha will have some answers for you. I will say the increases are all in O&M, which is operating and maintenance.
It's driven by others.
Yeah, if you have specific questions, I can answer. As Ms. Peck noted, we did get information from the Kansas Water Office Friday afternoon, which was past our deadline for our agenda for today. And the numbers that changed are for 2026, and they're the O&M numbers. And virtually they went up about threefold from what we had last year for 2026. And so I did contact the Kansas Water Office once I got those numbers and put them into the form and realized they changed. I did contact them to confirm what those dollars were. And basically, they are all in the O&M, and it had to do with the repair, rehab, and replacement out at the lake. And they're carrying about, let's see, about $8 million worth of work out there, and their payment per year is roughly $257,000. So they appropriate a share of that to our access district. And each year, they calculate those numbers based on what's happened. As you probably remember, the reservoir has been down well below its conservation pool for doing work on the dam, replacing the riprap, and also doing some work on the gates. So that's the type of work that they've been doing over the last few years. And so they're usually tailing behind closing out those projects and setting up the costs for that. So that's what they identified as the work, and roughly increased the 2026 O&M costs from what we had before. And they'd be the $95,000 number for the city and roughly $39,000 for the irrigation district in that last row under year 2026. And from the standpoint, probably for the irrigation district is more important because they look 2 years out. And so they're collecting that money now. So getting those numbers is important for them working through their process, so.
Just curious about, how many other entities are contributing their share to the, if you have any idea?
Right now, when they set their costs up, they're looking at the Access District. They also have the Water Marketing Group, which is Canopolis and the water there, and also for the water quality water. So all of that, those pieces go together and everybody gets a share of that.
So we're going like 50, 60, or is those?
Well, when I look at the,
When I see our amount, I just wonder what percentage of the total, are we 1%, 10%?
we're about, if that's 257,000 was the total number, we're roughly half of that. With the
In proportion to our rights?
right, yes.
Okay, so this list is, these are all this is the total list.
Yes, and
okay.
it takes into account water quality water, which about half of the lake is for water quality, and then, let me see, what did they say for marketing? Water marketing, I thought was about 50% going by memory. But those change over time as the reservoir fills up with sediment. The calculations change slightly to the amount of water that's available for
But
us.
then no other municipalities?
What
on
about
this?
Post Rock?
I'm not sure what they're,
But they
they
get a bill.
contribute. They'd be in the water marketing group, and there is some amount of water that's not spoken for.
So Post Rock being a water supply district. So,
Yes.
and commissioners, I know we've talked about this in the past, kind of the unpredictable nature of it, the significance of the change. Two things I would tell you is this is a pretty common practice when you're dealing with water supply reservoirs, whether it's the state or the Corps of Engineers. And they pass along that cost, and it's a cyclical maintenance cycle that you find yourself in. And then this is something that we talked about when we signed up at the outset to participate in the water assurance program. We knew that it was out of our, in return for getting access to that water, we were going to have to pay our share and play by their rules. So we find ourselves in that point in the process where they're doing maintenance and passing through those costs.
Yeah, it looks like the access district's paying 52% of the total.
Yeah, water marketing's roughly 123,000 out of the 257,
So
so.
about 48%.
And those numbers, I like Debbie's spreadsheet because it lets us track from 2018 to now, so you can look across there and see how they go up and down over time. But this is the information I got from the Kansas Water Office, and again, we try to get it before we have our meeting, but sometimes they take a little longer to pull it together for us. So
I will say the 25 numbers did not change from what they provided us last year at this time. Those numbers did not change, so we had that available for the irrigators. It was the 26 numbers going out that did change. So this item we would need a motion to publish the budget as this is, and also to set our hearing date for July 22nd. Is that what the date was? Lost it here.
So these funds will come out of water use fees?
I'm sorry?
Do these funds come straight out of water use fees?
Yes, they're out of our operating budget for the utility department through rates.
The city share, the
Yes, the
irrigators.
city share. Yeah, Tom and Carl have a
Yeah, just trying to set the
different
record
sit-
straight.
Yeah.
The irrigators have a share as well.
Tom better hopes he has a corn crop.
Well, we've had 3 bad years in a row,
I know you have.
and then with a double or tripling of the fees, that's going to be hard to sell to our producers. I mean, it's going to be sold, but it's going to be, a piece of my hide's probably going to go with it, too.
The one thing is, this is a year that we might see some need for the water storage.
Yeah.
Unless Canopolis Lake, and I'll give a little report at the
Yeah.
end if we have time on water
Okay.
levels and
So we
flows
better-
and stuff, so.
Better move along. Do I hear a motion to approve?
I move we approve the 2025 budget Excuse
We're
me,
just
let me turn that on.
authorizing the
I move-
publication.
What's
Just
that?
authorize the publication. and
Authorize the
and public hearing
publication of the
date.
2025 budget notice and set the public hearing for July 12th.
22nd. Sorry,
What's
I
that?
said 12th. This
You
is
said 12th, I
22nd.
was just-
I know.
It says, okay, July 25th.
Just so,
July 22nd, 2024,
Man, my
for the
hearing.
hearing date, yes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the 2025 budget review and authorize publication of the 2025 budget notice of public hearing, July 22nd. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And then Martha really covered the next section, which is the review of the 2026 budget. You can see its total expenditures are $210,246 on the revenue and the expenditure side, which is a little bit down from 2025, but still significantly higher than prior years. So we just wanted to review those numbers. We don't need any action on those, so we kind of covered that. And then the next item up for business is discussion of the next meeting date. We have set July 22nd, 2024 as the next meeting date because we do have to publish the public hearing. And at that meeting, we'll have the public hearing. We'll approve this budget officially for 2025, and we'll also have election of officers at that meeting.
Okay, so we need no action on that item.
No, we do not need any action.
Okay. Is there any other business?
Other than Martha's
Martha
report on
wants
the
to-
water.
If there is no other business, I just took a quick look at the lake elevation, and it's currently at 1461.37, which is pretty close. When we had our meeting in March, it was about 3/10 of a foot higher than that. And if we go back into last year, we've been in that 1461 and a half, give or take, and we'd like to be at 1463. That's where the V-notch weir lets the water flow out of the lake. That's not controlled by the gates, and otherwise we're matching a flow released from the lake per the regulation manual. And in May, we look at 30 cubic feet per second, and as we go into June through September, that'll go up to 50 cubic feet per second. But over time, we've learned that 50 cubic feet per second does not go far during summer months, and we have more demand in the city, and the irrigation or access portion of their district has higher demands for irrigation. So nothing looking favorable at the lake for, I'd say, months on end now. In April, they're required to discharge 20 CFS, and basically we were running 20 and less for the last 30 days and longer. And in May, it's up to 30 CFS, and we're seeing it. We had a little bleep that went up to 35 when there was a few raindrops that got measured in the river. But in general, we've been between 25, give or take, I'd say, Carl?
Yeah.
So well below our goal of, we're 30 CFS. And so I've been taking a hard look at where are we going to be in June or July for water usage, because we do flush hydrants in June, and how much additional water do we look at that takes an average day, and where are we at with the south plant downtown, just getting all that big picture together to see where we're at and trying to determine if there's any need for additional water out of storage, because I know you might be calling me before long.
Could be. I
Could
hope
be.
not.
I hope not, but just trying to get a little bit ahead and think ahead for where we might be with that for storage out of the reservoir. But right now, as it stands, if that doesn't change, we'll probably need to ask for some of our storage out of the reservoir, the irrigators, and I usually help wet the walls and take some water too, just to be a team player through the process. Would you like to add anything?
No,
Carl?
that's fine. The cooperation that we get between the two districts, the access and the irrigators, is phenomenal. I've been on this since original, and we were skeptical. And yeah, you can remember those days too.
Yeah, it was just hard to vision how this might play out, but it's worked out pretty well.
It's going to be tough, but you know, it's all come together and it's worked well. We just need to have Mother Nature cooperate. And, we as producers have changed our rotations to reduce water usage, but still, on this dry weather, when you let out water, like Martha said, you let out an extra 10, and it doesn't even get here because of the dry walls, the sea beach, whatever.
Banks and the higher temperatures
Oh,
and
yeah,
the trees
yeah.
and everything along the way. So I'm starting to put some numbers together on that so we won't be caught by surprise as we move forward in June, July.
Yep.
I assume you've started irrigating. So
Well,
some
if
of
it
your
doesn't change pretty soon, we'll be in the next few weeks. There's been some pivots running now.
Yeah, I've heard of a few running right now.
Yeah,
yes.
Corn, there's not enough moisture to get the corn up.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Real problem.
So we'll try to keep you apprised as the conditions change, but if you watch the level at Canopolis Lake, and if it doesn't get above 1463, then that will be
Yeah.
problematic for us as we get into June and July. So, any questions on that?
So will we be possibly looking at some recommendations of water restrictions if?
Well, I thought you might ask that, so I brought my handy chart. So basically, right now, when we look at trigger points for a watch, one is our treatment operations if we're at 75% capacity, and we're nowhere near that. Summer months, we treat about up to 9 MGD, and our capacity at the water plant's 20 MGD, and then 3.5 at the south plant. So not a lot there. And then the river that is, if it's less than 30 cubic feet per second, which is what they are discharging in May right now, and it is slightly, then that could kick us into a watch. But when that was put in place for the river, we did not have a south water plant, nor did we have storage in the access district. Our water conservation plan dates back to 2013. When we're in the winter months, October to April, it's 20 cubic feet per second. And on the groundwater, it measures the depth of water in the well at the Oakdale monitoring well, which is in the center of the park over there. And that's if we drop below 32 feet. And right now, we're just hovering around 38 feet of water in the well for our observation well. So we really haven't hit anything to trigger a water watch at this time. And really, that was our goal with the South Water Plant and the access storage to stay out of the yellow box or a watch. So I think with all of our tools that we have, that's not going to be an issue for us unless this drought would carry on for more than a year or two. And then I think our storage would be in question because depending upon our need, we would not have, if there's no water to infill the lake, then our volume of water we could pull out, we're looking at about a year or a couple of summer seasons is what we'd have in there. So
Prior to the Assurance District, the drought of 2006 was an eye-opener for us in terms of our assumed access to water and the release schedule of the Corps of Engineers. We were relying on that without really having that accounted for. So that's really what made us make the push for a water contingency plan, forming the Assurance District, partnering with the irrigators. And so now we have a resource that we can draw on, but we still need to monitor it.
So I've been monitoring that for probably the last 6 months, trying to see if I see a real large decline or something that we should be talking about sooner than later. So trying to follow that. But a few of those 90 to 100 degree days and heavy winds will have an effect. So but I watch that on a weekly basis, look at those numbers and follow it to make sure we're staying out of the watch. The watch has certain trigger points, but in 06, we went from a watch to a warning to emergency. We checked all of them out in about 2 to 2.5 weeks, and virtually the river went dry out at our intake structure. It was the scour key and all of that was 5 or 6 feet out of with no water up against it. Normally water's flowing over that dam-looking area out at Burke Park. So we went to virtually a dry river, and it took a while to get that back into condition. So once that happened, we put the water supply plan in play and came up with solutions to avoid that. So I believe we have some good tools to get us through all of that, but You know, we never know, and that in '06, I think that drought was well over 2 years long. And it was,
Yeah. We had some tough conversations with the Corps and the Kansas Water Office and learned some hard lessons in short order.
I think
So-
everyone learned that it's better to work together than to fight each other, and that's how we came together.
It is. We went together, so there was about to be problems.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Well, I am confident that we will once again see flooding, much like southeast Kansas is experiencing now, and ponds will fill up.
We're just one good flood from being out of drought is what the
Yep.
farmers say, so we'll see if that comes true for us.
Better
In
rain.
2018, it was Hayes that flooded and filled the lake, and we avoided our
that's
discussions.
one thing to bear in mind. We need rain at Canopolis Reservoir. Rain here doesn't necessarily mean it's filling Canopolis
Got to
Reservoir.
fill the lake.
Yep.
Hayes is great. They get lots of rain. All of that whole channel drains to the lake and is helpful for us. But if it just rains on the west side of the lake, that doesn't do much for us. We
Okay,
need
is
the
anything else?
drainage area. Nope, that's, unless you have questions, that's.
Any questions? I hear a motion to adjourn.
To adjourn.
Second?
Motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Aye. We are adjourned until 4 o'clock.
But this is what we follow.
Order, please. We're going to call the meeting to order. If you could take your seats. Thank you. I will call to order the May 13th, 2024 meeting of the Salina City Commission. I will ask staff if confirmation of the Open Meetings Act required notice has been provided.
Yes.
Thank you. May we have a roll call?
Mayor Longby,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here?
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here?
Commissioner Ivy,
Here?
Commissioner Lankowitz.
Here. Thank you. May all who are willing and able please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, that will bring us to awards and proclamations, and I have a statement to make before we enter this. On today's agenda, we have a full slate of proclamations, so in respect of time, we will try to move through them. Currently, the approach to proclamations creates an open speech, free speech forum. The governing body is expected to endorse, and the mayor is expected to sign these proclamations with the city's seal without any input or ability to decline. An alternate approach has been discussed and will be considered later in the meeting on agenda item 6.4. With that said, the proclamation in item 3.5 conflicts with my personal beliefs and values, and I will respectively decline to participate in this item. Before hearing the proclamation in item 3.5, I will turn the chair over to Vice Mayor Lankowitz and excuse myself from the meeting during that reading. So we will move on to item 3.1.
Item 3.1, recognition of the month of May 2024 as a Mental Health Month. Christina Nieto, Wellness Navigator Coordinator with Central Kansas Mental Health Center, will read the proclamation.
Hi, thank you for your time. Whereas statistics reveal that 1 in 4 adults in Kansas will encounter a mental health challenge within a given year, alongside 1 in 4 youths aged 6 to 17 facing a mental health disorder within the same time frame. And whereas an individual's environment significantly influences the accessibility and timeliness of meeting their mental health needs, directly impacting their overall mental well-being, and whereas the pervasive stigma and discrimination associated with mental illness hinders individuals from seeking and receiving appropriate treatment. And whereas with early and effective interventions, individuals with mental health conditions can recover and lead full, productive lives. And whereas Central Kansas Mental Health Center has been a beacon of support and excellence in our communities, delivering essential mental health services for 60 years, empowering individuals to lead meaningful and healthy lives. And whereas we recognize the importance of collaborative efforts among mental health professionals, primary care providers, community organizations, policymakers, and individuals in creating a supportive environment that prioritizes mental health and well-being. And whereas such partnerships play a pivotal role in dismantling stigma and fostering greater awareness about mental health issues, fostering acceptance and understanding, and are the cornerstones of an effective treatment strategy, supporting individuals and communities in their path to wellness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Bill Longby, Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Mental Health Month and call upon the citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools in Salina to recommit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health and the steps our citizens can take to protect their mental health and the need of appropriate and accessible services for all Salina residents. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Salina, Kansas, to affix this 13th day of May 2024.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is an issue that is in the news a lot, so thank you for your work you're doing.
Yes, thank you.
He's coming up. Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Item 3.2.
Item 3.2, recognition of the week of May 12th through May 18th, 2024 as Police Week. CJ Wise, Chief of the Salina Police Department, will read the proclamation.
Chief Wise.
Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week which falls May 15th as National Police Week. Whereas law enforcement officers play an important role in the safeguarding the rights, freedom, safety, and security of the citizens and our community. Whereas the City of Salina desires to honor the valor, dedication, service, and sacrifice of its own police officers, 4 of whom have been killed in the line of duty. Whereas 137 officers were killed in the line of duty in 2023, and sadly 48 have been killed in the line of duty so far this year. So our community joins with other cities and towns to honor all peace officers everywhere. Therefore, I, Bill Longbine, Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim the week of May 12th to May 18th, 2024 to be Police Week, and call upon all of our citizens in this community to especially honor and show our sincere appreciation for the police officers of this city by deed, remark, and attitude, and encourage citizens to make every effort to express their thanks to our officers who make it possible for us to leave our homes and families in safety each day and to return to our homes knowing they are protected by officers willing to sacrifice their lives, if necessary, to guard our loved ones, property, and government against all who violate the law. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know you have some things going on. It'll be Wednesday at 8 a.m.
Yes, at Jerry Ivy Park.
Yes. Invite all the community to come out for the ceremony. Thank you. Item 3.4. No, 3.3.
Item 3.3, recognition of the week of May 19th through May 25th, 2024 as EMS Week. Tony Snyder Jr., Chief of the Salina Fire Department, will read the proclamation.
I think we just lost half the crew to a call.
I will not apologize for that. That's vital. But yes, we did. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine, and whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, and trained members of the public and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical service providers by designating the Emergency Medical Services Week, now therefore be it resolved that I, Bill Longbine, Mayor of the City of Salina, in recognition of this event, do hereby proclaim the week of May 19th through May 25th, 2024 as Emergency Medical Services Week. The 50th anniversary of EMS Week theme is Honoring Our Past, Forging Our Future. I encourage the community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Salina, Kansas to be affixed this 13th day of May, 2024.
Thank you. Do you have special activities going on?
Yes, we do, and I have a prepared statement if we have time.
Okay, go ahead.
The week, what we do is we're going to have a 3-day, what we call stand down. We still respond to runs and do everything else, but what we do is we step out of our norm, and it's going to begin next Monday, and which our teams are going to engage in some truck checks, and this is going to be followed by what I'll say is a well-deserved break, i.e. break, from the norm, donuts and coffee. During this stand down, we're going to distribute questionnaires to all stations to gather their insights on job satisfaction, equipment procedures, and mental health for each other. The feedback will help guide our strategic planning for the upcoming year, ensuring every member feels a sense of pride and ownership. Additionally, we're going to provide lunches for each station for that, and we're going to hopefully create an atmosphere to where there's camaraderie, there's trust, there's fellowship, and if the weather cooperates, we're going to have some team activities to help them just become a little better. So that's the big thing for us. How can we become better? And they're phenomenal as it is.
Thank you. Will you be bringing the big flag out for the Wednesday for the boys in blue?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. So
Thank you.
I would love to get these guys, even though there's only half, to come up and be in the picture if you don't mind, sir.
Thank you for your service. Item 3.4.
Item 3.4, recognition of the week of May 19th through May 25th, 2024 as National Public Works Week. Autumn Miller, General Services Administrator, will read the proclamation.
Good afternoon. Whereas public works services provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives, and whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs such as streets and highways, stormwater and levee systems, solid waste collection and disposal operations, municipal fleet maintenance services, water treatment and distribution, wastewater collection and treatment, engineering and inspection, and public facilities. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these services and facilities each and every day, as well as in times of emergency and community disaster. And whereas the quality and effectiveness of these services and facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skill of public works officials, and whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff public works departments is materially influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of the importance of the work they perform. Now, therefore, it is resolved that I, Bill Longbine, Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim that the week of May 19th through May 25th, 2024, as National Public Works Week in the City of Salina, and I call upon citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with all the issues involved in providing our public works and to recognize the contributions which public works officials make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Salina, Kansas, to be affixed this 13th day of May, 2024.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is a busy time for those in public works.
Yes.
So- Thank you. And that will bring us to item 5.6. And as I stated earlier, I will excuse myself and turn the chair over to Vice Mayor Linkowitz.
Item 3.5 was the recognition of the month of June 2024 as Pride Month. Raiden Gonzalez, Secretary for the Smoky Hill Equality Coalition, will read the proclamation.
How are we doing today? The City of Salina Pride Month Proclamation, where areas the City of Salina stands as a community that values diversity, equality, and inclusivity. And where areas the month of June has been internationally recognized as Pride Month, a time to celebrate the LGBTQ community, honor their history, and promote acceptance and understanding. And where areas it is essential to foster a community where all individuals can live authentically without fear of discrimination and prejudice. And where areas the City of Salina recognizes the significant contributions and struggles of the LGBTQ community in our society, and celebrate the LGBT community. And where areas the City of Salina affirms its dedication to upholding the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion in all aspects of community life, and reaffirms its commitment to creating a safe, inclusive, and welcoming environment for all residents, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. Now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Greg Lankowitz, Vice Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2024 as Pride Month in the City of Salina. Encourage all residents to join in the celebration of Pride Month by participating in events, promoting understanding, and advocating for equality for all. In witness whereof, I have unto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Salina, Kansas, to be affixed this 13th day of May 2024.
Thank you. Do you have any activities or events pertaining to Pride Month?
Yes, June 1st, we are having Pride at Oakdale Park from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. There will be a bunch of different activities and things like that.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Linkowitz. That will bring us to the consent agenda, and we have had a request to remove item 5.5.
Well, the consent agenda as listed currently is item 5.1, approve the minutes of the meeting of April 22nd, 2024. Item 5.2, award the bid for demolition of a dangerous structure at 619 South Santa Fe Avenue to Excel Dirt and Excavating. Item 5.3, approve resolution number 24-8204, requesting to apply for the 2024-2025 Emergency Solutions Grant. Item 5.4, award the bid for Centennial Road and Arnold Avenue improvements to T&R Construction, Inc. Item 5.5, Item 5.5, approve a proposed development agreement with Southlands Development LLC and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement. And item 5.6, approve resolutions number 24-8211 and 24-8212, repealing and replacing resolutions numbered 24-8201 and 24-8202 respectively.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Is there any item a commissioner would like to remove outside of item 5.5? Okay, we will remove 5.5 and
Mayor Longvine, I move we approve consent agenda items 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, and 5.6.
I'll second that.
okay, we have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, and 5.6. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, item 5.5.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Item 5.5 is a draft of a development agreement that was prepared to be entered into between the Southlands Development LLC Group and the City of Salina relating to the deferral of improvements to Waterwell Road abutting the Windy Creek addition, which is located out at the northwest corner of I-135 and Waterwell Road. They have submitted a preliminary plat of the south 55 acres of attractive ground on the west side of I-135 north of Waterwell Road. That property has been annexed into the city, and a preliminary plat was reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission at their March 5th meeting. At that meeting, representatives of Southland Development LLC informed the Planning Commission and planning staff that they did not want to be required to upgrade Waterwell Road as part of the development of the Windy Creek addition, and they asked that their request to defer improvements be referred to the City Commission. So Waterwell Road in its present condition is in pretty good shape in terms of its paving width and thickness, but it does not meet the city's interim standard for a new or existing street in its current condition because it lacks public sidewalks on the north side. And so the interim improvement that would need to be made to bring it to an interim street standard is construction of sidewalk along the north side of the roadway abutting the subdivision. The improvement that would need to be made to bring it up to a full city street standard would be also, in addition to that, the installation of 1,700 lineal feet of curb and gutter on both sides of Waterwell Road, along with the construction of the sidewalk. And so the development agreement as proposed would defer the installation of curb and gutter on Waterwell Road to a point in time when the traffic volumes reach 7,500 vehicles a day, which is consistent with the other development agreements that the City Commission has approved for two-lane sections of roadways. The current traffic count is 2,850 cars per day. The triggering event for the sidewalk improvement would be at such time as the city's sidewalk network, as it's constructed, reaches the edge of the Windy Creek property. And so this agreement does not, it's consistent with the other development agreements that the City Commission has approved in situations where we're essentially having a subdivision on a rural section of roadway without curb and gutter or sidewalks. So again, there's nothing unique or different from this, from the other three development agreements that have been approved for other locations at the edge of the community. So with that, I would stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Andrew? Yeah, it feels like we have been through this. Is this the third one?
This would be the fourth one.
Fourth one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have followed the same format and the same language, and so in both these situations, the requirement is to develop or improve the street up front as part of the initial development of the subdivision, but the subdivision regulations provide this deferral authority to the City Commission, and so that's why it's been brought to you, because the developer had requested that these improvements be deferred.
Okay, did the developer or applicant have any comments?
Mayor and Commissioners, I'm Gary Hoppy on behalf of Southlands Development. We have Jake Bradley, who is also one of the owners of Southlands Development. We apologize for asking for this to be deferred for a while because we just received this over the weekend, and both Jake and I have been quite busy and not been able to have time to look through the agreement completely. We understand that the sidewalk can be deferred for a period of time. But our concern is that when we start looking at adding sidewalks to it and getting that assessment put back onto the properties themselves, we're in negotiations with a developer to do a convenience store, as you well know, and we'd like to be able to work those negotiation dollars out with that developer at that time. We also have some concerns about the west half of this property and this road. It may not meet city standards, and we may have to replace a considerable amount of the street if it doesn't meet the minimum standards for the interim road period. So we want to make sure that we have our ducks in a row, in a sense. The costs for the street, curb and gutter, and then the sidewalk alongside of that. It brings us into some potential deep ditch areas and concern about some costs. So we'd like to be able to work with our engineer to get those costs figured out and confirmed. But also on the west half of our entrance area, we want to make sure that we can still get a sidewalk in there and still not fall off into the ditch area. If you've driven by the area, you've noticed that ditch is quite deep, and it comes from the interstate road all the way to the west to the next creek, to the bridge. We also have some concern that if we're going to require to put sidewalk on the north side of the street, that there also be a sidewalk on the south side of the street on the Yost addition as well, and who's going to pay for the other half of the street, basically from where our property ends to the bridge, because it'd be actually into the county road. So we have some issues that need to be worked out and confirmed over the next few weeks. If it's possible for us to delay this for a period of time, we would appreciate that help. Any questions?
Questions for Mr. Hobbs?
A question, that last request, was that to delay approving the development agreement or to delay what I think would be an important part of your development agreement?
I guess.
Right.
Can you say it again? I guess I'm not following you on that.
Just state your name, please, Mr. Bradley.
Jake Bradley, Southlands Development, 11615 South Fairchilds Road, Lynchburg, Kansas.
Right, well, I'm just listening to the reasons Mr. Hobby gave for obviously wanting to get all this worked out up front. And I'm just wondering, for the type of business that might come in there, if that is a crucial part.
Well, it is a crucial part when it comes to
whether the whole development agreement should be delayed until.
Well, the reason why is like he had said, we just got this on Friday, and I was reviewing it, seeing some things that were concerning to me. And if I just go back to a customer I've currently have an agreement with and said, by the way, here's an additional assessment towards you, honestly, that could risk the deal and it could fall through. So at this point in time, I want to have all my ducks in a row, so when I go back to my customer, I can say this is exactly what it is, this is how it spells it out. For example, when we're talking about these deferred assessment agreements, what the city has set forth, is that clear cut and dry? Is there no skewing right and left on that when it comes to doing some of the improvements? Because right now they're calling for curb gutter and stormwater drainage, but according to their standards, anything greater than a 48-inch culvert can be detained within large channels such as this ditch out there. So my concern right now is not having enough information before me. I can't really pass information on to customers and other customers that may have interest, simply because what I found out from the city does not match up. So I just have a few questions with the city I would like to address and clarify. That way we know exactly what improvements need to be made at that point in time.
So as I listen to you, Mr. Bradley, it appears that you want to postpone this us voting on this development agreement, and we can do that to a future date. So I guess I'm going to look to you and I'm going to look to staff to see if we have a time period in which we want to postpone this till. Or do we need to actually have a date today, or can we just say to a future meeting? Usually we go to a specific date.
Give us a month or so.
It is a little difficult to identify a date. How much flexibility do we have, Mr. Bankson, to postpone not date certain?
I think as long as there was direction to staff to return it and to be placed on the agenda when it's ready, to come before you again, that avoids the infamous indefinite postponing. So that sort of direction, I think, would get the job done.
And if I understood Mr. Hobby's comments, you have need to consult an engineer, so it makes it a little hard to identify a timeline. So
Well, and the second
just-
thing is I'd like to converse with the city, so I don't know how busy they are, but of
Yeah,
course I need to get on their
Yeah, I
schedule.
think the conversation's the easy part. It's some of the follow-up
Yes.
and finalizing it. So if there's a willingness on the commission's part, as Mr. Bankson described, to postpone it and instruct staff to return it to you for your consideration at a future date when it's ready, for lack of a better word.
When the
But
ducks
an
are in a
outside-
row is what I heard.
Yeah.
What's that?
When the ducks are in a row,
Yeah,
that's when
exactly.
you want to bring it back.
If you put an outside limit on it, if you were to say within 2 months, that
I don't know if we
automatically-
care.
That
Like, I mean, why
automatically-
would we care? It's between the developer. I mean, he's the one wanting to develop the property. If it takes him 2 months or it takes him 8 months, I don't care. We want.
I just
we
don't want to
be on
sign
the
my
same
name to
page.
anything at this
Yeah.
point in time without
Yeah.
knowing exactly what I'm signing my name to.
Yeah, so. With that being said, and I don't know, do we need a public comment, I guess, probably first?
Sure, if there's any additional public comment.
Any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Commissioners, for your time.
Thank you. I see none, so I will bring it back for a motion.
Okay,
for
Mayor
postponement.
Longmine, I move we postpone consideration of the proposed development agreement to a future meeting date, allowing city staff and developer to work out additional agreements and obtain additional information from the developer as to the finalization of the development agreement.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to postpone consideration of this proposed development agreement to a future date to allow major revisions to be made to the agreement or to obtain additional information from the developer or staff. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We will see you when you're ready. And that will bring us to administration, item 6.1.
Item 6.1, approve resolution number 24-8207, authorizing the offering for public sale of general obligation bond series 2024A.
Ms. Peck.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance and Administration. Before you today is two items. The first is the resolution authorizing the offering of public sale of general obligation bonds. The second item is an agreement with Stifel Nicholas and Company for financial services to issue these bonds. So basically, this is the final step for these projects. It's the permanent financing of these particular projects. The resolution does authorize us to offer them for public sale. It provides us for preparation of sale material and necessary for the offering of the bonds, including an official statement, which is the document that describes and offers the issuer's the issue to potential investors. The city must also issue an ordinance when they issue bonds, but that ordinance, since we're now doing only one reading, will come on June 10th, the date of the sale of those bonds. I've provided you a lot of financial information. The projects in question or being bonded at this time are the fire apparatus at a funding amount around $10 million. I think that number is going to be a little bit lower. We're going to confirm that. That will be supported through sales tax. There's 3 special assessment districts: Lakeview Estates number 2, Phase 1, Magnolia Hills Estates number 2, Phase 2, and Wheatland Valley. The total issuance is approximately $13,125,000, and the annual debt payment is approximately $1.4 million. I did provide you a lot of historical debt background on debt payments. For these particular items, as I mentioned, the payments of these particular items are allocated from the sales tax, capital fund, and special assessments. Those special assessments are issued to the property owners annually with their taxes. Unless you have questions over any of the financial data, I'll go to then. The other item is the requirement by the Municipal Securities Ruling Board that Stifel Nicholas enter into a financial advisory agreement with us that outlines the scope of work, their fees, and other disclosures each time that they perform these services for issuance of debt. The services that they will perform include but are not limited to financial analysis and structuring of the bonds. They also develop and issue the official statement and offering documents, and they coordinate all the parties that are involved in the process, including the bid process. So two actions here. One is to approve Resolution 24-8207, authorizing the offering of public sale and general obligation bonds. You could approve that with amendments, postpone consideration, which would postpone the sale of those bonds, or vote to deny, which would require us to find other financing sources for these particular projects. Staff recommends option 1. And the second action is to authorize the city manager to sign the financial advisory services agreement with Stiefel, Nicholas and Company, Inc. You could approve that with amendments as you see fit, postpone consideration, or do not authorize that. Staff also recommends option 1. I do have Dave Arterberry from Stiefel, Nicholas and Mitch Walter from Gilmore and Bell here that are our bond counsel, our financial counselors. If you have any questions about the bondings or any of the calendar or anything like that, they're available.
Thank you. Questions? Questions for bond counsel? Thank you.
And I did see where I think our estimated payments and stuff was based on a, what, 4% interest rate? Is that what?
Yes.
Do we still feel good about that?
David Arterberry with Stiefel Nicholas. I think if you were to sell the bonds today, the interest rate would probably be closer to 3 3/4%. So yeah, I think those numbers are still good. Hopefully maybe a little lower by the time the sale occurs.
Better than I anticipated.
3 3/4 sounds pretty good. Any public comment? Not, we'll bring it back for action.
Mr. Mayor, move approval of resolution number 24-8207, authorizing the offering for public sale of general obligation bonds.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8207, authorizing the offering for public sale of general obligation bonds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 2.
Mr. Mayor, move to authorize the city manager to sign the financial advisory services agreement with Stiefel, Nicholas and Company, Incorporated.
Second?
Have a motion and a second to authorize the city manager to sign the financial advisory services agreement with Stiefel, Nichols and Company, Incorporated. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, item 6.2.
Item 6.2, authorize the city manager to sign a memorandum of understanding between the city and Saline County regarding funding of a study of downtown public facilities.
Mr. Hennessy.
Sean Hennessy, Assistant City Manager. Commissioners, what you have here is a memorandum of understanding between Saline County and the City of Salina in regards to a space study for the downtown area. As obviously you all know, this is the city-county building. We're both located in here, but both the county and the city also have a number of other structures in the downtown area. The county particularly is facing a number of space constraints. And at the same time, the city has a number of large assets, i.e. Memorial Hall and others that we wanted to incorporate into kind of a study and analysis of those space needs for the future. The county initiated an RFP. There was 4 responses to that. Trainer, HL, and Olson Studios was ranked the highest by both the city as well as the county at that initial stage. The cost for this study would be just short of $300,000. Under the MOU, the city's obligation would be $100,000, so it would be approximately 1/3 of the total cost, with 2/3 of the cost borne by the county. And what this is really looking at is to incorporate all those different and highly disparate spaces that both the city and the county have in this area. As I mentioned, we have Memorial Hall, which is by far the largest structure, individual structure in the study at 51,000 feet. But the county also has a very large former jail at 41,000 feet, which they're still trying to anticipate what their needs are for that. At the same time, the county is also struggling with the ongoing needs for their health department. So what this would do under this, the RFP response that was selected, they would come back. The timeline is anticipated to be in January of 2025 with several suggestions, options, and costs. There would obviously be no obligations to that, but the intent is to basically take, rather than an ad hoc approach to all these different spaces we have, to really take a comprehensive approach to all the downtown space and needs that both the city and the county have. And there is currently in the budgets $100,000, which is not allocated for CIP planning. And that is what, if you authorize it, is anticipated would be used to pay for the $100,000 component of the city's costs. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about this.
Questions?
Besides looking for a use for Memorial Hall and things like that, do we have needs at the current time?
Do we
from
have
the
what?
city? Do we have needs at the current time for from a city standpoint for additional
We are not
space?
facing the same space needs. One important component, so originally it was envisioned that we were also going to include general services in this study. And that is going to be a critical component in the future. However, as you well know, we're looking at adding additional space in general services and purchasing land. So we didn't feel that it was going to be effective to try to do a study when we don't know which land we may or may not end up with. That is one critical need, but that has been removed and will be separate. We're not facing the same space needs that the county is facing within the city-county building. But the goal, we are facing some needs in police, in their evidence storage and otherwise. So there may be a possibility of being able to use some components that have been vacated by the county, and that would address that need that the city has also at the same time.
And then I would add, Mr. Hennessy's correct. We're not facing the same space needs in the city-county building at the moment. But I think we are pretty much at capacity. Looking out into the future, if we have additional need to add staff, we may have to think about whether that's relocating particular divisions outside the building to free up space in the building. And then similarly, municipal court along with PD, if you project out into the future, might have some space needs. This is something that I brought up in strategic planning last year. Just really, we're kind of joined at the hip in this building. County certainly has needs in this building and beyond, and then it's an opportunity to collaborate now about what the future might look like versus kind of have them take it on unilaterally, and then we're not working together as much as we might be able to otherwise.
Well, I have issue with this in that a couple of years ago when I served on the Building Authority Board, this was studied extensively and plans brought forth different options to expand this building. And I just really don't think we need to spend $300,000 of taxpayer monies to study. As I visited with city manager at that time about our needs, and he indicated at that time if we were to really need space, we would probably look off-site somewhere for different departments that have a lot of traffic in and out. So,
yeah, I do think this goes beyond just the assessment of the city-county building. It's, there are a number of spaces that have been abandoned or underutilized surrounding this building, and this study is intended to kind of take a broader look than just current use of this building.
I think one advantage of having someone from the outside come in is they're not blinded by any prejudices that they may have from lived in these buildings for 25, 30 years. We may see assets we didn't know we had, we may see liabilities we didn't, and we may have been holding on to things that the consultant may say, get rid of. But sometimes it's best to get someone from the outside to look in. I mean, it's hefty price tag, I agree, but I don't have anything to compare with as far as what the going rate for that is.
Yeah, and I understand a lot's changed the last couple of years with the addition of the new courtrooms. And I feel that's a county issue.
The two outliers, to me, being the Memorial Hall and the old jail. Will this study give suggestions on uses for those two buildings? Because they're not as big as they are. They're just don't seem real usable. So.
Take that, Sean.
Yes, this is, so what we're asking for them is for some recommendations. So we've had Memorial Hall obviously for some time, and it's being minimally used. The only current use of Memorial Hall is facilities uses it to a limited degree. We have deactivated the boilers there. So obviously, the building is getting minimal use. So we are looking for any suggestions, both for Memorial Hall, as well as, like I said, is there an ability for us to address some of our space concerns over at the police department? That is a concern we have, both our evidence storage as well as just the general space over there. Sometimes I feel like when I'm going into the police station, I have to leave a breadcrumbs behind to keep track of where I'm going, because it is very constrained in its space. So the goal would be to have some suggestions for potential use of the jail and or the old sheriff's space in the future to try to alleviate that concern over there, and not take what I would call an ad hoc approach, which is what historically we've done when it comes to addressing some of the space needs that we have. And so this would take a much more comprehensive approach to the space needs.
At Memorial Hall in particular, we've had ongoing conversations. We've kind of let it be known that we'd entertain redevelopment proposals, and there's been a little bit of interest, but there's not been a lot of receptivity, nor has there been a definitive conclusion reached. I think this can assess the building, whether it has any viability for public use, whether it's ourselves or others, and can help us come to a conclusion on whether we retain that building, whether we seek redevelopment, or whether it should be demolished.
Looks like that building is worth preserving.
If we can find an interested user and a plan to
$100,000 to make that decision.
Well, we've spent more than that not making a decision. So at this point, I'd just as soon spend a little money and come up with a final answer, yay or nay, because we know what it's going to cost for the next 10 years if we don't make a decision. Just take whatever we're spending now and multiply it by probably more than 10, because sooner or later the roof and something else is going to give way.
I think it's a very valid point, and sometimes good advice is expensive, unfortunately, and a fresh set of eyes, and we'll maybe shed some light on some options.
And we're only paying a third of it, so which is a little bargain for us, I guess. I mean, anyone who lives in the city and the county is paying for the whole thing, but the city budget's only paying a third of it.
Any further questions or comments? Any public comment?
Good afternoon, John Blanchard, City of Salina. Speaking as a city taxpayer and a county taxpayer, I would concur with the commissioners who are in favor of moving forward with this action. The key parts I took from Sean's report were that it's cooperation with the county on doing what's best for both, and in that regard, it's best for what's best for the taxpayer. Let's find highest and best used. I don't know if it's too late to maybe add a suggestion, if I might, and that is to maybe expand that cooperation outside of the downtown area and look at things such as combining planning departments, some planning department functions in planning and development that might include GIS and some of those other activities that the county and the city have duplication with. And maybe identify some areas of duplication. You know, consolidation long was a term among governing bodies. I don't think that's going anywhere, but I don't think there's any reason why we can't consolidate some of our services. And then the last thing I might suggest is that a while back when I was in your positions, I had a nice conversation with former Secretary of Transportation Mike King. Some of you guys might know him. And talked about if there was an opportunity that if the state were to move their KDOT facilities from North Salina out to the area that out there by the training facility and so on, which is a more convenient location for them, according to Secretary King, what would be the opportunities that would leave for the city and the county combining with a public works and general services location on that campus? So I would encourage you to maybe expand this and maybe look at some of those opportunities. Like I said, with the main goal being that how do we consolidate and lower some of the tax burden on the taxpayer? Thank you.
Anyone else? Back for action.
Mayor, I move to authorize the city manager to sign a memorandum of understanding between the city and Saline County regarding funding of a study of downtown public facilities.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to authorize the city manager to sign a memorandum of understanding between the city and Saline County regarding funding of a study of downtown public facilities. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nay. Motion carries 4-1. Item 6.3.
Item 6.3, authorize the city manager to sign an agreement relating to the sale of South Park property by the city of Salina and USD 305.
Mr. Scragg.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I want to acknowledge that this was a team effort between myself and Assistant City Manager Sean Hennessy, and I failed to take his name off of the staff report when I used his prior staff report as a starting point. You may recall that he put a lot of work into the issues surrounding the statutory provisions that related to South Park and our transfer of ownership of the South Park property to USD 305 quite some time ago. And with that, it carried a statutory requirement that there had to be a reversionary interest, that if the property were ever ceased to be used as a school, it would revert to the city of Salina. We passed a charter ordinance and went through the required protest period, and so that charter ordinance became effective March 7th of 2024. At that point, it gave us latitude and discretion to proceed in a manner different than just having the reversionary interest invoked. We've had ongoing conversations with the school that myself and the school superintendent have discussed possibilities as it relates to the property. The agreement itself identifies essentially 3 parcels. If you're familiar with the site, it's the school site north of Mulberry Street between 3rd and 4th Street. If you think of breaking that property into 3 segments, there were platted lots that immediately join Mulberry Street that were not owned by the city. They're owned outright by the school district, and they're currently vacant. There's a portion, the remainder of that school site was South Park and was subject to the charter ordinance amendment. And if you break that into 2 pieces, Tract 1 and Tract 2, the larger portion of it has the school building on it. And so I don't know that there's any consideration given back in the day that the city giving parkland, school investing considerably into the building, and then having that revert back to the city without consideration for the building. So you've got the building site and the parking lot. Then between those two, you have a tract that's vacant and subject to the reversionary interest as well. And so the agreement refers to that as Track 2, I believe. So what this agreement essentially does is lay the groundwork for the possibility of the school entertaining proposals and redevelopment proposals for the property. So starting at the bottom of page 1 of the staff report, I tried to provide you a summary of the highlights of the agreement. South Park property was originally conveyed to the city to be used as a park. The city agrees to complete the notice process for disposal of parkland as required by statute as a precondition of our relinquishing our reversionary interest to the property. And we agree to initiate the statutorily required public notice process, or publish notice and go through that process. If at the completion of that process it does not prompt a valid protest petition, then the city agrees to submit to proceed with relinquishing our reversionary interest. In the event that there is a successful protest petition, then the city agrees to submit the proposition for consideration at the next regular election, which is the statutory process that's provided. The district agrees to pursue proposals for purchase of the vacant South Park property, Track 2, exclusively for the specific purpose of development as market rate multifamily housing complementary to the downtown. We've had conversations as part of the Star Bond project and otherwise about the need for market rate development in the downtown. There's generally been some proposals have gravitated towards this as a possible redevelopment site. No guarantees there, but this at least contemplates that the school would seek out that possibility. The district's acceptance of any such proposal would be subject to pre-approval by the city's governing body, which would not be unreasonably withheld. So we're kind of playing out the possibility of redevelopment. If it went through, net proceeds would be from the sale of the combined property, Track 1 and Track 2, would be divided such that in proportion to the relative square footage of the properties and taking into account the school's investment in the building. So they would receive proceeds equivalent to the building. The city would receive proceeds equivalent to the land that was originally ours. In the event that the city does not approve a proposal, the district may independently and separately dispose of their Mulberry Street property and the South Park property, Track 2. The South Park property, Track 1, includes a building, and the district may in the future pursue proposals for purchase of that property for redevelopment for a purpose agreed upon in advance. And as I described, then the distribution of those proceeds is provided for in the agreement. There was some discussion and revisions from the time that the draft was distributed in the packet, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Bankson to walk you through the remaining revisions and red lines that have been requested and we've built into the agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Scragg. And Mayor, I have a document for each of you, if I may approach and provide you with those. You may approach the bench. I may approach the bench. Thank you.
Always wanted to say that. Yeah, thank you.
I should note that the school district, both Superintendent Exline and their counsel, Aaron Wright, were certainly timely and diligent in their review and responses to the draft provided. We did have a couple of requests that actually came in on Friday, and that's what prompts this discussion. The document that I've given you is 99% the same as what was in the packet. In fact, if you look at it, you will see some red linings, literally red, that reflect the communication from the city to the school district that were accepted and are included in the document that you had before you and that was part of the packet. The only changes, the only requested changes by the school district are those shown in the documents you have in blue. One of the questions here is whether we are still negotiating or not. That is still your prerogative based on the two issues that I will lay out. But we did not want to presume that that required an executive session discussion. If we get to a point where you all believe that it is necessary that we actually counter with some form of negotiated point, then that would be appropriate for you to seek legal counsel in an executive session. But we first just we were at a point where we needed your impression as to whether there were further matters to be negotiated. If you look, the first blue interjection appears in actually the last recital that begins on page 2 at the bottom and carries over to page 3. That statement of public interest initially referred to, and Mr. Wood, if we could put the map back up, I think that would be helpful. As Mr. Scragg indicated, the multicolored delineated lots on the south end of the block were acquired by the school district and are owned outright by the school district. Some of us are old enough to remember that that was the site of the Washington building, which was where the juniors and seniors attended high school. Went from the Lincoln building to the Roosevelt building and then over to the Washington building on that site. So those lots are owned outright by the district. So we refer to those as the Mulberry property. As Mr. Scragg pointed out, that next area just to the north, that is the rest of what's delineated in that box, has been identified as the Track 2 property. That is part of the original South Park property. It was what was identified for potential redevelopment without interfering with the school district's current utilization of what has been identified as Tract 1, what you see to the north of that darker line, and includes the existing building, the drive, and is actually the location further to the north of one of the city's water wells. So the point in the blue suggestion was that the district had indicated a concern that, and this all boils down to whether Plan A works. As Mr. Scragg described, Plan A would be the combined redevelopment of the Mulberry lots, currently owned outright by USD 305, and what is referred to as the Track 2 area, just immediately north, defined by that black line. And so as not to interfere with the district's current use of Tract 1 further to the north. The district has indicated a concern that if Plan A does not work, if the city and the school district cannot agree as far as the proposal to redevelop the combined Mulberry lots and Tract 2, as to what would then happen with the district's ability to redevelop those lots that they own outright. So we hope that's academic. We hope that if a redevelopment proposal comes along that it would be mutually satisfactory. And this, like so many things, the devil is in the details as far as what do you do if that doesn't work. The district wishes to be free to sell or do whatever they might wish with the Mulberry lots. If they are left having to deal with those separately. And the district's concern was that there was reference to the Mulberry Street property as being potentially under that requirement for market rate multifamily residential redevelopment complementary to the downtown. That is what prompted them to suggest simply the elimination in that statement of the Mulberry property, so as to eliminate the implication from that recital that if they were left on their own to potentially do something different with those Mulberry lots, they choose not to be affected by that limitation. Does that make sense? And any questions about what the city's or the district's position is in terms of if Plan A doesn't work, what they wish to be able to do with those lots?
And that's essentially their position today. Owning the Mulberry lots outright, they have unfettered, within zoning and the applicable requirements, they have the ability to dispose of it as they see fit. So from staff's perspective, I felt like that was reflecting the current circumstance.
So then, keeping that in mind, we need to move to Section 5 on page 4. Section 5 on page 4 is what sets out the mechanics of Plan A. That, based on the draft you have seen, is not an issue at all. Again, you'll note that the blue suggested change relates to if Plan A doesn't work and we're left with dealing with the Mulberry lots and Tract 2 separately, how does that occur? The agreement is already clear that if Plan A does not work, then the district is in the position of dealing with the Mulberry lots as they choose. The draft that you have before you then in dealing with Tract 2 suggested that the city would determine if and when something was to be done independently with Tract 2. Keeping in mind that under the terms of the agreement, by that time, the city would have relinquished its reversionary interest in Tract 2, but is entitled to the proceeds from any sale of Tract 2. So what the district is requesting is that instead of the if and when being strictly within the control of the city at that point, the explanation that Ms. Wright gave is that there is the potential that the district could possibly, if Plan A didn't work, have initiated some sort of utilization of Tract 2, keeping in mind they will be technically the owner of Tract 2 at that point in time, after the city relinquishes its reversionary interest. They wish to be in control of if and when Tract 2 would potentially be sold. Now, it still refers to the process being utilized as the agreed upon process for Plan A, but it takes the city out of the position of being able to control if and when Tract 2 is sold and leaves that instead to the district. Now, it does not, their proposed language does not change the outcome in terms of the proceeds. The proceeds, the net proceeds, would still be remitted to the city. But it's the question of who initiates that, who determines if and when that occurs. So that is, again, a question as to if you believe it to be appropriate for the district as the then owner of that property, unencumbered by the reversionary interest, if it's acceptable to you that they be in control of the timing, and if that property is sold, then that's what they are proposing. If not, we do have a point of negotiation to work out with them as to how that would all transpire.
And if I could offer a couple of observations, we're referring to it as Track 2 for the purpose of the agreement and for this conversation, but it is not currently a standalone tract.
That's correct.
That would be deemed as vacant, not in use for school purposes, subject to the reversionary interest. So, if we didn't reach agreement, if we didn't collaborate with the school in some way, and we didn't resolve their concerns about the reversionary interest, it's likely that they just continue to assert that they're using it for school purposes, and we just don't move this possibility forward. So as we've tried to strike this deal, I've come at it mindful that the school's concerned about the existence of a reversionary interest. We couldn't move the conversation forward until we addressed the reversionary interest, but our position is really kind of subordinate to their use for school purposes unless they're willing to work with us in some way.
Mr. Scragg is certainly correct. It's a good point. As you may have noticed, the survey that was attached as Exhibit C is not changed, but the identification of Track 2 was a function of the anticipation of what would be an administrative lot split of the current larger South Park property. It's in effect a large lot. And the survey anticipated that survey would be presented by the district for the city's administrative process, where you can make that one split from one large lot into the two lots that are delineated in the survey, and you can see from the map. The other aspect that raises, if we are okay with the elimination in the recital to the Mulberry lots being included, even if they're dealt with separately for the redevelopment purpose stated, the multifamily residential, then it is probably important in Section 5 to make clear whether it is the city's intent that the redevelopment of Tract 2, if it is to be sold and developed independently, whether it would be subject to the same redevelopment limitation. That's something that I think, if we know the Mulberry lots are no longer under that limitation, if they are sold separately, then it would probably be best to be abundantly clear as to the city's position on whether, if sold independently, those would not be subject to those multifamily residential limitations or not. So I think there's actually three questions that are presented. As Mr. Scragg indicated, I think the first one as to whether we are in a position to try to constrain the USD 305 to that redevelopment limitation on their independently owned lots, the Mulberry lots, that would be probably a difficult position to assert. It really comes down to Track 2, whether we are okay with them making the determination as to whether, when, and if and when it would be sold separately if Plan A doesn't work. And lastly, as it is redeveloped, whether we wish to include the limitation that it be for that stated purpose of multifamily residential or not.
And so as it's currently phrased, it is to use the mutually agreed upon process to pursue proposals for the purchase of Tract 2. And so there is at least some collaboration and some consent on our part, but I think just strategically and otherwise, we probably need to exercise some discretion. I don't know that we can fully hold out, especially if you just have that Tract 2 by itself, isolated. I think we're hopeful that there's a willingness on the school's part, but I don't know that effectively if we hold out, I'm not sure we get any progress.
practically speaking, Lot 2 is unlikely to be sold by it.
I have a quick question for staff that might deal with negotiations that I'd like to have an executive session for 5 minutes. Not sure we can do it in 5 minutes. We don't do anything in 5 minutes, but I got a couple questions.
Appreciate your optimism.
Should we try, you want to do 10?
Yeah, just to be safe. I'm not knowing what the question is,
Okay.
but yeah, it probably ought to be safe.
Okay. Mayor, I move that the City Commission recess an executive session for 10 minutes to discuss with legal counsel confidential legal considerations relating to the subject of the proposed agreement with USD 305 relating to South Park based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. We will meet back in this room at 5:25.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to recess into executive session to discuss the sale of real estate on the South Park property. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We will be back here at 5:25.
Okay, so I've got a couple of preliminaries. We generally identify who's going to attend. In addition to yourselves, we, myself, the city manager, Greg Bankson, city legal counsel, Anne Marie Yatsula, who I don't know that you've been introduced to yet, but a law clerk with Mr. Bankson, deputy city manager Jacob Wood, and assistant city manager Sean Hennessy. And it is likely that we'll take some form of action when we return.
Okay, we are back in session. And do we have action to take?
I think we need public comment.
Or, yeah, I guess we. Is there any public comment?
Guess I will. I'm John Blanchard once again. Little confused as to what the overall plan is there. And so, not being a party to executive sessions and everything else, kind of left with the question of, are we approaching this? Let me just say first off, I love the fact that this is an infill project. This is a great project. I think Commissioner Davis and I back in 2016 and 17 were really hoping that the downtown housing would be a core project of the STAR bonds. But it's good that we're finally getting to where maybe we're able to use some of those funds in that downtown housing TIF and so on. So I'm in support of this, as much as I know about it. But I'm just when I look at it, the questions that come up in my mind are, is the city and the school district, are the two of them working together on a common plan so that we can put together an effective RFP to go out and say, listen, if you want to develop this, we've got the land. Here are some of the stipulations. We either give you the land, or here you pay for the land or relocation costs for the school, or whatever the case may be. But do we have an overall plan that we can then put out to developers that we can find that? That's my concern number one. The second, and in relation to that, are the 5 lots on Walnut. Are those under contract by a potential developer, to the extent that you're able to speak to that? Because if not, then there is quite a bit of cost probably going to increase on those five lots. And then just the last thing is that as far as a master plan is concerned with this property, that the two big lots to the west there that have been cleared to the west of this, if those are part of an overall plan, and to what extent the river renewal plan had a design for market rate housing in that area, to what extent would that be kind of looked at and followed? But anyway, love the idea. Thanks.
So understand the question. I'll try to answer it the best I can, which won't be a very definitive answer. But Jacob, if you could put the site back on the screen. So all of that is under school district ownership. And so it's ultimately theirs to decide. Our role in all this is that we do have a reversionary interest for everything but those Mulberry lots. And so what we've said is, in return for releasing the reversionary interest, we'd like you to solicit RFPs in keeping with the River Master Plan, in keeping with the Downtown Star Bond District Plan. But in the end, it's their decision. We're just trying to, in return for releasing the reversionary interest, make a run at the possibility of redevelopment for multifamily purposes. And we'd have to collaborate about that RFP, but the school, understandably, is saying that's Plan A, but we want to reserve the right to Plan B if that doesn't come to pass.
Okay, can I ask just a quick 10-second follow-up? Is there any opportunity for the city to take a lead role in that? Since a lot of that expertise is here, we've had expertise on RFPs and with our building department and everything else. Is there the opportunity to go to the school and say, if you'd like to do all these things, we'd like to take the lead?
Well, I can't speak for that would be the school's call. We can certainly offer to be of assistance.
You done?
Sorry about that. Norman, I love you.
I hope not. Norman Salina. Listen to 6.2, what all you said. Listen to what you said about 6.3. Your plans have got so many flaws in it, it just might work.
That it might. And I think if we don't clear this hurdle, the property will never get developed, so. Any other comment?
Lots of collaboration, and it takes a little bit of trust. We're going to see if we can make this work.
refresher.
Mayor Longbine, I move that we authorize the mayor to execute the agreement relating to the sale of real estate by the city of Salina, Kansas and Unified School District number 305.
Second that.
Have a motion and a second to
Mayor, I'm
authorize the
sorry.
mayor.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I suppose we should, did you anticipate that was with the changes as presented this afternoon?
As amended.
Yes.
Or as
I mean, I guess that's not on our
revised.
blue sheet, but yes, with the amended agreement relating to the sale of real estate between the city of Salina and U.S. School District number 305 as presented to us earlier
Okay.
today.
And I do think it would be helpful if we could confirm whether we anticipate that the redevelopment of Track 2, if we're proposing that it be limited to, this is again under Plan B, assuming Plan A doesn't work and the tracks are being redeveloped, sold separately. And I'm asking this mainly so that the notice under that 1301 park ground notice is as specific as it can be to meet the legal requirement. Do we anticipate that that sale would be subject to the use limitation that's anticipated under Plan A? Or if Plan A doesn't work, is it simply open for redevelopment generally?
I would think you would have the flexibility to go to Plan B if Plan A doesn't work. I don't know if we have anything in here that states that, do we?
Well, that's the concern. The implication would be that I think when we had the Mulberry property and Track 2 kind of still working in tandem, even if Plan A didn't work as far as potential use, and if we're doing what the district is requesting, and I understand why we would, saying that the Mulberry lots are not, if we have to go to Plan B, the Mulberry lots would not be subject to that limited redevelopment by the elimination of that language in the last recital. The question is then, I think it'd be helpful for us to clarify so there's no ambiguity later as to whether the redevelopment or development of Track 2 is subject to that limitation, or if it can be redeveloped in whatever manner the city and district might agree upon. Because I do think that's something we want to address both in the document and in the notice, the public notice that would go out. So folks would know that here's what's going to happen if Plan A works, but if it doesn't and we move to Plan B, then the redevelopment could be broader based than just the multifamily.
And this is, again, just talking out loud, but it would seem to me like Track 2 would have to have the same flexibility as the Mulberry lots.
And I certainly understand that. I just want to be sure that we make that clear.
Again, I'm just one of five. That would be my thought.
And if that's correct, and if we could possibly refer to that in the motion, then we can coordinate with the district on the language that would make that clear.
And how would you like that to be stated?
Well, I think if simply that Track 2 under the scenario in Section 5, if Plan A doesn't work, then Track 2 could be redeveloped as agreed upon, as opposed to being limited to the, that's not specific language, and I'm sorry I didn't try to draft it in anticipation because I didn't know where we would be going with the solution. But if we can simply have authorization to make clear that if Plan A doesn't work, we go to Plan B, that Track 2 would not be limited to the multifamily residential.
So the current wording is that in the bottom, in the end of section 5, that should the district subsequently decide to dispose of the South Park property tract 2, it shall utilize the mutually agreed upon process to pursue proposals for the purchase of tract 2. And so by way of that mutual agreement, can we work out outside of the agreement? Plan A is solicit multi-family redevelopment, and Plan B is outright private redevelopment.
Yeah, Section 5 is clear as to Plan A. It's clear that Plan A is to be, as it says, purchase proposals or pursue proposals for the purchase of the combined property exclusively for the specific purpose of development of the combined property as market rate multifamily housing complementary to the downtown pursuant to development agreement between the district and the purchaser. That's clear.
So what if we added or a second and subsequent process mutually agreed upon?
Well, the concern is whether, I think under the scenario with the change in language on the recital, we probably want to make it clear that I mean, I think everybody's the district and the city are in agreement that we would use that mutually agreed upon process to pursue proposals. We just need to open up and make a statement to the effect that that would be for purposes as determined, as opposed to the multifamily limitation.
So for purposes mutually agreed upon by the parties?
That would presumably get that down. Sorry, I was trying to move us along faster, but I think Mr. Scragg has probably identified what would work.
Okay, so my suggested amendment in the third line, beginning 3 lines up in section 5 is, shall utilize the mutually agreed upon process to pursue proposals for purposes mutually agreed upon by the parties for the purchase of tract 2. So it's an insertion of purposes mutually agreed upon by the parties after proposals.
Okay, shall identify a mutually agreeable process
To pursue proposals for purposes mutually agreed upon by the parties.
Could we say redevelopment purposes?
Okay, for redevelopment
To make it
purposes
clear that
mutually
we're-
agreed upon by the parties.
Clear that we're talking about the anticipated use.
to pursue mutual.
Proposals for redevelopment purposes mutually
You
agreed
have it
upon.
written out
by-
on your sheet?
Not
Does
the
it
way,
make
not that
sense?
you
I'm
can
trying
read
to-
it. but- So, starting.
Why don't you read it and I'll
So move it.
move, since you have it
Okay.
written.
Okay, so.
I think this is going to be
For
better.
the sake of clarity, I'm going to start with A, sub
Okay.
A. The district may independently and separately dispose of the Mulberry Street property, and the net proceeds from any such sale of the Mulberry Street property shall be payable in full to the district. And B, should the district subsequently decide to dispose of the South Park property, Tract 2, it shall utilize the mutually agreed upon process to pursue proposals for redevelopment purposes mutually agreed upon by the parties for the purchase of Tract 2. And the net proceeds from any such sale, the South Park property, Tract 2, shall be payable in full to the city.
So basically, I move we authorize the mayor to execute the agreement relating to the sale of real estate by the city of Salina, Kansas Unified School District Number 5 with the language as proposed by staff.
Second.
under Section 5.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Authorize mayor to execute an amended agreement relating to the sale of real estate by the city of Salina, Kansas, in Unified School District Number 305 with amendments as the city commission deems appropriate in Section 5. Is that correct?
As stated by staff, yeah.
As directed by staff, yeah. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you for working through that with us.
Yeah, that was painful. Okay, I've had a request for a short break before we go to the next item, so we will reconvene in here at 5:45. Okay, we are back in session. That will bring us to item 6.4.
Item 6.4, approve resolution number resolutions number 248208, adopting guidelines for Community Proclamation Limited Forum, and 24-8209, amending the City Commission Agenda General Order of Business and Public Participation Policy Document.
Mr. Hennessy.
Sean Hennessy, Assistant City Manager. Commissioners, if you remember back in April, we had a study session where we discussed proclamations. We have been having quite a few of them, and we understood the value of them and being able to bring attention to a wide variety of number of issues. So the City Commission directed staff to really look into some of the other possibilities, particularly into the development of an alternative forum to be able to allow people to issue those proclamations. And what you have before you is there's two things. The first thing is a new policy that would create a community proclamation limited forum. And what this would do would be on the first and third Mondays of the month, people would be able to sign up for and have 5 minutes to speak on any topic that they desired to. The only limitations would be that they could not speak for the city of Salina. They could not engage in commercial speech, i.e. have a commercial for a product, and they would need to be either a resident or an organization from the city of Salina. They would then have 5 minutes to record their proclamation, and then that video recording would then be disseminated as our regular city commission meetings are held. This would begin starting on June 3rd. That would be the first Monday in June. And as like I said, it would be for 5 minutes, and it would be on the first and third of each month, a Monday of each month. They would be able to request this time either online or through the city manager's office. And during the time that the proclamation, both before and while it was running, there would be a disclaimer running that would say that the content of all proclamations presented during this community proclamation limited forum has been prepared by and is solely the statement of the person or organization presenting the proclamation and is neither endorsed nor opposed by the city of Salina. So you have two resolutions in front of you. The first one would adopt these guidelines for the creation of the Community Proclamation Limited Forum. And the second would modify the agenda to take the formal proclamations and awards off of the agenda, and in its place there would be the Community Proclamations Limited Forum, but it would not be on the agenda. It would be a separate time set aside for individuals and organizations to address.
Thank you. Any questions and comments from Mr. Hennessy?
Yeah, I got a few. We had realized that we've set up basically a free speech forum when we have citizens comment, and our proclamations have taken on that character, so to speak. Is there, well, two sets of questions. One, would there be any guidelines as far as the types of proclamations? I mean, supposed to having someone just come up and give an opinion about their neighbor for 5 minutes. I mean, is it a recognized event entity? I mean, most of our proclamations now recognize a theme or a organization or event.
The only restrictions on this would be they have to be either a resident or an organization from the city of Salina. They cannot speak for the city of Salina, say, the city of Salina believes A, B, and C, and it couldn't be commercial speech. Those would be the only restrictions upon the topics that would be allowed in the forum.
Okay. And when would these proclamations be broadcast? I know they'd be taped on the first and third
It's anticipated they would be broadcast at the same time that the city commissions, roughly that time. We haven't got the exact timeline down yet, but it's anticipated. We do want to make sure that we have at least a short period for review, just to make sure that it isn't, a commercial for a used car lot or something like that. And so it's anticipated they'd be disseminated in roughly the same timeline as the city commission on that schedule. And so, but that certainly could be modified if you felt it necessary.
Right. And if there were 15 such proposals, I'm assuming you'd run these before the meeting, or maybe not, but is there a time limit? I didn't want to water down the likelihood of someone tuning into our meeting, yet have some regularly expected time to watch those, or whether they just run throughout the week at other times.
They would run at a regular time, but they would be repeated much like the city commission meetings are. There wouldn't be, we intentionally did not set, we set a 5-minute time limit so you wouldn't have one person speaking for 35 minutes or something. We did not initially set an overall time length for the size or the 5-minute segments that would be allowed, because we wanted to see how much interest there was. We didn't want to scare anyone off from being able to do it. If, for example, we had hundreds of requests for that, which I don't anticipate there will, then we may have to limit the overall number. But at least in the initial stages, the plan was just the only limitation on time is in the 5 minutes. There's no limitation on the overall time for the proclamation forum itself.
Okay. And I guess as far as the issue of the proclamation and awards slot on the agenda, I'm anticipating there would be times that we would want to have a commission-sponsored award or proclamation. I would just soon leave it on the agenda. We don't always, like public hearings and items, it's there every week, although we don't use it, but probably a third of the time. But we had talked also about a process or maintaining a process by which the commission could decide to have a proclamation read or an award given. We would have to propose it at an earlier meeting and go through.
That's the government speech model, and that was part of the discussion. The direction we got coming out of your last conversation was to not build this around the government speech model, just because of the review, the vetting, the voting, the topic selection. I think some of the concern was that if you create two forums, there's going to be a preference of one over the other, and you're going to find yourself lobbied to have everything be government speech. And as an alternative, if we have things that we want to get the word out, we could follow the same process we're making available to others, and do it as part of that forum.
So I'm sitting here listening to 3.2 and 3.3 this morning. God, this morning, that long ago. But this afternoon, those could have been mixed in with other citizens' proclamations, but I think they would have lost something. As compared to having your fire chief, having your police chief come up here and physically in the meeting, announce these events. I guess I'm reluctant just to totally get rid of the system. Now, I'm seeing the pros and cons of each side, but wonder if we would have a mechanism for advancing those things, and the commission would have to vote at least 3-2 to put it on an agenda.
Yeah, I think you're in the government speech model, which is one of the options that we presented as the study session, but I really need to defer to you as the governing body whether you want to go the free speech forum route or the government speech process route.
So there's no hybrid?
I think that's the discussion we had. That hybrid gets really, really messy. So it was either the government or it was this, and this is basically the direction we gave them.
Because I think the time that we take for the proclamations doesn't bother me. We're meeting every other week, and 5 of them we got done in 15 minutes. The number of minutes doesn't bother me. What concerns me more is that you don't know what's coming up, and if we ever get to a requested proclamation that we really don't like, we're on real thin ice if the city manager's office says, nah, you can't do this one.
And that's where we get into trouble. It's all or none.
Well, and the city manager's office isn't going to say, nah, you can't do this. We're going to bring it
back
to you.
here.
Mayor, if I may, to Commissioner Davis's question, the key to this, and I was asked the question at your last meeting about our ability to potentially limit this to Salina citizens and Salina-based organizations. And as you can see, the reason that the reference to the YouTube mission statement is included in this is that in looking to that and knowing that the broadcast will either be through the YouTube channel or the access channel, the community access channel, this statement seemed to me to set the stage for the legitimacy of the key is in the invitation. What are you as the governing body inviting in terms of the message to be made possible through this forum? It's a limited forum. We call it that intentionally because it is limited by the invitation to Salina citizens and Salina-based organizations to make these proclamations, and it does specifically limit it to what, as I looked at it and looking at the inventory that you had in last week's or last meeting's staff report, it seemed that they consistently fell in that what you see in the second paragraph, and what we limited them to was exclusively citizens of Salina or Salina-based organizations proclaiming a specific anniversary, day, week, or month as commemorative of events, achievements, or causes of local interest. So, if we have to deal specifically with the neighbor complaining about a problem, that's certainly not what is anticipated by this scope.
Right, so that scope would be our boundaries.
That would be the guideline.
If we stay in this lane.
Yeah, if we stay
If we broaden it, then this scope gets called into question. It becomes a question of government speech, and you as the governing body, item by item, would decide whether it merited government speech or not.
Well, I guess I would rather keep it narrow. Otherwise, it's going to really expand. But that will become a forum beyond our wildest imagination.
Those first two subsections, the first section is the invitation. What are you inviting to occur in that broadcast? The second, we are needing to have certain time, place, and manner restrictions in order to conduct this in an orderly fashion. The law tells us that, yes, you can do that in the First Amendment context as long as it is content neutral. If it's designed to address a significant government purpose, which I think we have here, and if those time, place, and manners restrictions are narrowly tailored to accommodate that and fulfill that interest, and if there are alternate avenues. So that's what prompted these time, place, and manner restrictions in order to be able to conduct, record and broadcast the proclamations. We have the alternative avenue. If someone doesn't feel that they fit quite within the parameters of the proclamation policy, they can appear in your citizen open forum and tell you about anything they want to tell you about that's not on the agenda. So you have that alternative First Amendment opportunity in a less limited forum, frankly, in your citizens forum. And then that last section was to make it abundantly clear that it is not government speech. You're not endorsing it. As Mr. Hennessy pointed out, there'll be that scrolling disclaimer that makes it clear that it's not that you're just disavowing any responsibility for it, and that somebody could possibly imply from that that you were opposed to it. That's what prompted the language, to make it clear that if that proclamation runs on that broadcast, it's not that you're just saying you're not responsible, you're just neither endorsing it or not. So hopefully, between the invitation, what I think are legitimate time, place, and manner restrictions, plus the clarification that it's not government speech, hopefully positions you as well as we can legally based on the direction you gave in the prior meeting.
And an individual commissioner announcing an event would not rise to the level of being a proclamation in the way that we've usually done them.
During other business.
You do that
yeah.
under other business like you always have.
Always have, yeah. Would there be an opportunity for an organization to pre-produce their, if they wanted to add music, dance, whatever, lights, I mean, would that's something that could be worked out with the IT department? And we're not necessarily including it, but would that be a consideration from the staff perspective?
We talked about that. I think the method that is proposed here is coordinate with our staff. We'll record it just so from a production standpoint there's some consistency and we don't get tangled up in time and different aspects of it. But
so they'd have to bring their band down here then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're trying to replicate what they're doing at the podium, but not add a lot of production value to it.
It seemed so simple and clear in my mind the last time, but then my head just started going back and forth, the possibilities, but I think you got me back in there. Okay.
My biggest concern about this is I would assume there'd be no censorship to profanity and anything like that. Because we are talking First Amendment, correct?
We are talking First Amendment. There is, and I can't say I've explored the details, depending on when the broadcast occurs, there is some flexibility in terms of addressing language that would be appropriate for viewing by, excuse me, by children. But then, of course, you get into when are the broadcasts scheduled, and could we legitimately say it was always going to, it's an avenue that could be pursued, but it would have to be in the context of the distinction between when it would be broadcast and the potential for children to be viewing.
So FCC guidelines, I'm assuming we do abide by those? Or is this maybe I shouldn't have assumed that.
Well, I don't know that it's too much of an issue for us at the moment. We have had issues previously as related to Access TV and some of their broadcasts, and the presumption was pretty broad. There weren't a lot of limitations in terms of language or content on a free speech basis.
Was there any limitation on the number of people who could proclaim the same event, or the number of times that an individual could come, per month, per year, per quarter?
Yeah, we haven't built any of that in at the moment.
As I indicated, we did not initially place a restriction on the overall number of requests we get because we wanted to see how many we would get. That doesn't mean that we can't in place a time, place, and manner. If we got hundreds of requests for the same thing over and over, then it would be a necessity. But we wanted to see, first of all, how much interest there were, and then we would assess from that.
So you could have then 10 proclamations for the same event coming up?
Theoretically, yes. But we'll have to wait to see what the number of requests were.
And what brought this issue up is our new meeting schedule. We are being hit with 4 and 5 off proclamations every meeting, and the time consumption of our meeting to conduct business and the staff time. So staff would have, their only input would be scheduling this, is that correct?
Staff would still have to review these to make sure that they met the requirements.
Okay.
But the staff would not assist in the drafting and preparation of the proclamations and really assisting individuals, particularly if they haven't read a proclamation. We have to relay to them the fact that they have to come in and read the proclamation, et cetera. So there still would be some staff time required in addition to reviewing them and recording them, although I suspect it probably wouldn't be the same amount, but that's very difficult to quantify until we actually go forward with this to understand how much staff time it would take with this new proposal.
And is it perceived that we would schedule a time to do the proclamation right here at the podium like we normally do? To
Yes,
tape it?
there would be a designated time, and they would request in advance a time slot, and then they would need to appear 15 minutes beforehand. And so they would have to be at that designated time, because what we don't want to do is to have, you know, basically back and forth, oh, I want to just walk in and do this. That would become an enormous drain of staff time. So there would be a designated time for them for the proclamations to commence.
Okay, and I think I made myself clear at the start of the meeting that there's certain things that I will not promote or proclaim that violate my beliefs, and as another part of what brought this issue up. And I think this is a good direction to go, but I kind of agree with Commissioner Davis that once in a while there might be say Salina downtown wins the greatest downtown in the country. We'll probably want to recognize that. And
Well, to bring it back to a personal note, 3.2 meant a lot to me today, the Police Memorial Week. So I don't know. Yeah, that's the hurdle that I'm trying to get over. You know, the ones like that and the EMS and. Yeah.
You know, I think a lot of our proclamations fall in two categories. Some are really glorified announcements.
They're
And
promoting.
others, right, but the language at the bottom of our proclamations, we're proclaiming, we're encouraging, we're celebrating, and we have the mayor basically doing this on the behalf of all of us, you know, and we don't go to a secret room and agree on this before the meeting. You know, so I think that part of it is a little strained, it was for you today. I mean, it's most of ours are probably announcements, like the one you referenced, Commissioner Ivey, you know, are important enough that we'd want to do it. But, you know, when we mandate that our citizens celebrate, and, you know, that part of it, I think, it suggests that we are enacting something or conveying something when we're really just trying to get the word out. And it's just the nature of what the proclamations, the wording, I think, is troublesome sometimes. Plus, you know, one person has to speak on behalf of the other five, whether that one person likes that topic or not. You know, yeah, all that to say, the free speech forum, you know, the non-governmental speech circumvents that part. But I'd like to see that we have some opportunity for government speak when we think it's appropriate. I don't know if you take this approach as government speech just totally kicked out. That was more of a question.
That was a question. The current format, it is in the event that in the future you say we want to take up certain items, then I think our response would be that's going to be a two-step process, confirmation that it's speech that you wish to make, then we can prepare it, we can place it on your agenda, you can truly vote to ratify it. And then I think that just begs the question, if staff were asked, well, we want the same process as that government speech, the staff's answer would be, we'll staff that through with the governing body and we'll let you know what they decide. Topically, we would feel compelled to take it to you as a governing body to say, does this merit recognition in the same way as that other item a meeting ago? So you run the risk of essentially making a determination on most, if not all, of those of whether it rises to the level of getting your endorsement as a government speech. We can do that. We can build that process.
Could we pass this here and then still consider, like the option Commissioner Davis is talking about, like another avenue for that that's not necessarily a proclamation or?
Yes, if you certainly as an individual commissioner wish to, well, for starters, I would envision that some of these items, the Public Works Week, Engineering Week, law enforcement, we would have the applicable staff do it as a proclamation, very similar to what we're doing now in the format that we're making available to everyone else. So we would still get the word out in that way. If you as individual elected officials wish to recognize something as part of other business, at that point you're doing it individually. You're not speaking for the entirety of the governing body of the organization. You could do that. If someone wanted to come to Citizens Forum, again, they're not speaking on behalf of you as the governing body of the organization. They could, within the time limits, do that. It's when you put all that together and you're saying we want that to be an endorsement of the city, the method that we've had for quite some time is no questions asked. They all get the same treatment. At the point that you start doing that selectively, staff's going to have to bring them to you to vote up or down.
Guys, I'm sorry, but I'm struggling, the fact we're struggling with this. We've had this discussion numerous times. I mean, I'm sitting here going, did I miss a meeting?
No, I told you, it was crystal clear when I walked out
I'm
last
just
time,
sitting
and
here
then
going,
you sit there and think of all the
we had the
possibilities.
reason why we're doing
yeah.
this, you know. I think staff's done a nice job of outlining, the scope of the invitation and stuff, and if we're not comfortable with this, I guess we need another study session, but I think staff's done what we asked them to do, and now we're second guessing ourselves.
Well, I'd rather discuss it now and be clear than, a week from now say, oh, boy, I should have asked that.
Yeah.
I mean, this one I came into the room, okay, I'm usually kind of have an idea how I feel about something. I said, okay, mind's open on this one. Let's just kind of see where the conversation goes.
And I'm not concerned, as we talked about, the time that these actually take in our meeting. It's the fact that we're signing off as a city, and sometimes it's some things we're not representing the entire city. I mean, a proclamation can be written by an individual, and they can do it off air. We're not signing it on behalf of the city because, it's not what we've had, but we could have gun rights or gun control issues come up. We could have abortion. Well, I don't want to sign, and I'm saying Commissioner Longbine has First Amendment rights, and he stepped away from the podium and didn't, want to sign the proclamation. There may be something down the road that one of us doesn't agree with, and I can't sign it because I know part of my constituents doesn't feel that way. I mean, I think this cleans it up a little bit. I say if nothing else, we try it, and if we run into problems, we take a new course.
And it is important to remember that you, as the city manager pointed out, you maintain your First Amendment rights. So when you want to recognize something as an individual commissioner or a specific thing, you have that right to bring that up as an individual. So it's not necessarily an endorsement of the city commission then, but it does provide that recognition on an individual basis.
Yeah, I mean, under other business, we can always bring up the fact that we have the memorial service at Jerry Ivy Park this Wednesday and stuff. I mean, those are the type of things that we can always bring up. So, anyway.
I think Commissioner Ivy and Commissioner Davis make a very good point. What I keep coming back to is, and I think we've been very fortunate over the years that nobody has done this, and maybe I shouldn't plant ideas if we don't make changes, but our current format is right for trolling. in the sense of, I mean, it sounds hyperbolic, but somebody could arbitrarily come in and go, you know what, Charles Manson fan club and Flat Earth Society, and God, in my law enforcement years, I learned about there's an organization that advocates relationships between men and boys. And I can't remember the acronym, but it exists. And somebody could come in here and say, hey, this is a proclamation we want, and then we have that seal, and we have the mayor who signs off on it. And again, these sound like absurd examples, but they are feasible. And I think we need to make some changes based on the fact that I think we've dodged a bullet so far on that end.
Well, I agree with the other commissioners. And any other comments? I know a couple are just itching to talk, but I'm going to let Miss
I'm just itching.
Hart
Carol
go.
Reed, Salina, Kansas.
Miss Reed.
Okay, this was a couple of my questions. I appreciated all of you guys' comments because these are my fears. First of all, can you define proclamation? What is a proclamation in this city? What do we use? What is our definition for a proclamation being presented? Do we have a definition?
Currently?
Currently.
Yeah, the examples you see in the packet, as they're submitted to us, there's a whereas format to them, there's a
No,
proclamation.
I'm saying, can you define proclamation?
Right. We haven't incorporated it as part of the resolution, but yeah, there's kind of a standard definition that we would rely on.
Well, I think.
We did have one in our packet from the last
study
meeting.
session packet, there was one.
Okay, here's my situation, because like Ms. Covenant, okay, Mr. Linkwitz pointed out, I'm sitting here thinking, who checks out the groups? How do you know that they are a viable group? Is there anybody here that's responsible for that? Who makes sure before they get a confirmation or a proclamation that they are a valid organization? Who checks out that?
We don't, because it's basically a free speech forum. So,
But if you're saying you have to be an individual of Salina, and you have to be a Salina organization, who confirms your organization?
well, in the revised policy, yes, we are requiring that. So we will try to look at.
Revised, so up to this point, it's not been.
No, that's correct. It
So
hasn't
like
been.
he says, you're dodging a bullet. I think if you're going to do proclamations, because you're going to hear me in just a little bit here too, because these proclamations are, you can't dish them out and have Bill sign it, or you can't dish it out and have Mr. Hobbick sign it just because they're a commissioner. That makes people think they approve it.
Well,
And
that's what we're doing. We're taking that away, so we're not signing him as a mayor.
That's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
Yes, you better have some good things laid down, because like he said, there's some organizations that are going to try to work in, and you guys will take the fall. Just a little warning.
Commissioner Stephen Norland from City of Salina. I have been listening to this charade for this whole time, and it is the subject. It's suitable for a Saturday Night Live skit, or better yet, a Broadway play. We would not be here were it not for the bigotry and prejudice of Commissioner Longvine. That's what brought it up. I could not believe when I read that you had taken an entire study session to even talk about this. I have never been so ashamed, even though I respect you each personally for who you are. I have never been so ashamed of a city commission in my entire life, and the discussion that has been going on here is ludicrous. There is one vote for your personal honor on this resolution, and it is to reject it. There is nothing wrong with proclamation. If there's a proclamation, Greg, that is so bigoted and so prejudiced that you can't find one single person on this commission to sign for it, then that's your safeguard. I am wordless. What a charade. I'm ashamed of you. And I hope you vote this down, contrary to the discussion where you're all looking for a way out. Shame on you. You can't, I don't mean to be Channel Norman Mantle here. you can make an honorable vote with all due respect. The vote is no. I can't believe staff is twisting itself and you into pretzels to legitimize this charade. Thank you.
Mark Labus. Now, I've said many years ago, before this commission, that proclamations are a bunch of crap. You proclaim Cancer Awareness Month, and I get that. But you proclaim, say, abuse, whatever the form it is. Say Women's Abuse Month or whatever you want. But you fail to realize is that over 50% or just as equal abuse is done by the woman, not the man. But you make that proclamation. So you are giving a certain standard and giving a stereotype, which goes along with all of your agencies, and I can prove it. So think about that, because anytime you guys vote for a board commissioner, a board person, mayor, no matter who it is throughout history, you are promoting your agenda. That makes you personally responsible because you are saying okay to them and appointing them. You can't hide behind staff. You can't. Because you appoint them. That means you have the oversight. And that's your job, is to have that oversight. And I know staff, you pretty much, no matter who the mayor's been, goes along with staff. So that means anybody who is appointed by any mayor, that just goes along with their agenda, and it's easy to detect the plans. You are personally responsible because you signed off on it. And you didn't do your due diligence on your research. Yes, I'm currently talking to you, Mr. Longbine, even though Trent Davis is guilty of the same thing. You're not just on the hot seat. Many of you guys are that served on the mayor's as mayor. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Blanchard.
Thank you for the introduction, sir. I didn't start yet, but apparently I did. I want to remind all of you here, the 5 of you, that these city commission meetings are not for the 5 of you. They're for the people, okay? The actions you take are those of, you have the consent of, the consent of the governed is a very important principle in our democracy. What we've seen you guys do, and I'm going to put this on Mr. Ivy, but you've taken the citizen forum part, the people's part, and moved it clear to the back of the meeting. Nice move. Now what you want to do is you want to take proclamations and completely get rid of them because you're not doing this for time, Bill. You're doing this, you want to codify your bigotry. And the fact that the other 4 of you want to go along with this either means that you're short-sighted or you just don't care about the people you voted in to represent. I want to say this personally to Jerry Ivy. Jerry, we have proclamations every year about police officer memorial. And we also, it's the duty of the mayor to speak at and read the proclamation at the memorial. When I was mayor, it was my honor to do that. Not only do I want to recognize our existing officers, but I felt it was my duty to you and your family to express our debt of gratitude that can never be repaid to you. So I want to set that aside, because whether it's that or Juneteenth or Martin Luther King, the mayor is always invited to read the proclamation. There's no problem with having two of those. To do an official proclamation here, I just made a quick list of some of the things that I really appreciated being a proclamation, because it was a part, we invited people in from the community to weave into our fabric. A lot of them we wouldn't normally have the opportunity to run into as a commission on a normal basis. Native American Appreciation Month, CAPS, Child Abuse Prevention, Domestic Violence Abuse Awareness. One of the ones that was really important to me was we had a proclamation for Allie Somm. And if you guys know who Allie Somm is or don't, she was a young lady, 15 years old, that was gunned down and tragically lost. It was a heart-wrenching thing to have their loved ones and friends come in here. But you know what? It's not something I would trade, and it's not something that I could have put off onto the Monday before and just let the community see a video of. I really encourage you guys to look at this and realize that nothing is broken here. There are no boogeyman under the bed. There's no monsters. We have to trust our local citizens that they're not going to abuse the process. Me and my fellow commissioners respected the citizens and trusted them. I hope that you will do the same and vote no and leave things the way they are. Thank you.
Morning, Madam Salina. Professor Bingston, they're going to need to give you a raise.
Quick follow-up.
No, sir. Anyone else?
Is this an open?
Bring it back for action.
Yeah, before we motion, I think the problem that I have, and obviously I hope people understand, most of my comments suggest that the current system doesn't bother me from a time perspective. I think we have dodged some bullets. I don't know what our I have a good idea of what our legal liability is if we decided to not allow someone to bring a certain proclamation up. Fortunately, we haven't been in that situation that I know of, but that may be something the city attorney would like to discuss. But the issue comes up when there's a proclamation that we don't personally agree. I'm fairly, I won't say I'm worldly per se, but I like all groups. I mean, you probably couldn't bring me a bad proclamation, or at least one that if I had an opportunity to discuss the person with it. But if it's something, well, great example. The signage on Cozy Inn. The problem we had was most people liked it, but it didn't go along with the rules. And when you bend the rules for something that you do like or don't like, then you're perceived as being discriminatory, and the next person who comes along has fair right to say you discriminated against them. If our current system, removed the, some reference to our, declaring it, something that all citizens should, or we took a vote. There's something inherently wrong with the way we do it as far as what happens when we get one that we don't like. And I'd have to take another night, I guess, to sit down and write it out clearly. But any one of us could be in the position of having to sign a proclamation that we don't like. Unfortunately, it happened to Mayor Longbine. I'd be in the same situation if the KKK came up here and wanted to proclaim, the birthday of their founder. I don't know if I could sign that one. Now, I could recognize if it was an announcement, I could read it. Hey, the founder of the KKK was born on this day so many years ago, but I'm not going to encourage my citizens to go out and celebrate his birthday and show respect to all of his followers. So whether we are proclaiming and implying an action by our citizens or just announcing something kind of sways my opinion on what we're doing when we actually, and as the mayor, I mean, you're signing it, and rarely does that person in the middle look left or right to see you agree, you agree, you agree. It's just a time-honored habit that we've done. I agree. The access to certain events and groups that none of us would otherwise know about is tremendous, and that's what I like the live in-person approach more than the video. On the other hand, I think Juneteenth could do a really great promo for Juneteenth activities if we could get music and lights and stuff. I mean, it'd be a great 5 minutes. But I'm conflicted here, and there's good parts and bad parts on both sides of the equation, and unfortunately, we're probably going to have to take a vote before I make up my mind here. But it's not all that. It's not crystal clear. For me, the biggest issue we've had here is not the time. It's, what are we asking our citizens to do when we make this proclamation? 99% of our proclamations, probably no one in the room has any problem with. Some of them are a little unusual. They promote groups that people don't have familiarity with, but they're not, bad proclamations of bad groups. Most rules are made for the folks who don't want to follow the rules, for those few exceptions. So it's and I understand I understand the point everybody has come up here and made. I just don't know where the truth lies in between all these good points.
Again, time for response very briefly. No, sir, we need to move along. Any other commissioner comments? No, Mr. Nolan, you had your 3 minutes.
So you got your 25.
Any other commissioner comments? I'll bring it back for action.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve resolution number 24-8208 and 24-8209.
Can we do those separately?
No, they're bundled together.
Oh, they are bundled?
Yes.
Well, and the reason I ask, 09, a vote on 09 might be different from a vote on 08, and there's no way to separate them out.
It may be safer and cleaner to do them separately.
Okay, we'll try it this way. Mayor Longbine, I move we approve resolution number 24-8208.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8208. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve resolution number 24-8209.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8209. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you all for your patience. That will bring us to item 6.5.
Could I just say one thing? My nay vote was not necessarily that I disagree with the reasons we're doing things. I just think we could do a little more tweaking, but it's not as nay a vote as you might think. But it just requires more thought.
And we can see how this goes and revisit it if needed.
Yep.
Item 6.5.
Item 6.5, approve resolution number 24-8205, a resolution of advisability for special assessments at Overlook Estates.
Mr. Deutsch.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, Jim Teutsch, Director of Public Works. On January 22nd, 2024, the City Commission authorized staff to prepare a engineering feasibility report and a resolution of advisability. Staff worked with Mr. Lee and his engineers as the plans and cost estimates for this project were developed. These public improvements for the benefit district include approximately 1,100 lineal feet of streets, 715 lineal feet of storm sewer line, more than 1,200 lineal feet of water line, and approximately 655 lineal feet of sanitary sewer line. The Overlook Estates addition is subject to future improvements for a 12-inch water line from Markley Road. The water line would provide a second source of water to the subdivision for fire protection. And the Director of Utilities, Martha Tasker, is currently consulting with Smoky Hill Construction to work on the construction techniques necessary for that particular line. The attached development agreement is similar to those agreements for other subdivision development where the developer contracts privately with the contractor and constructs the improvements, and then the city reimburses the developer for eligible costs. By Kansas statute, the City Commission is to, 1, consider a petition, and 2, establish sufficiency. There are 3 conditions, one of which must be met. In the case of this improvement or these improvements, condition number 3 is met and therefore meets the statutory requirements for sufficiency. 100% of the cost of the improvements are proposed to be assessed for the project for this benefit district. And those costs include construction contingency, inspection design, and bonding costs. 100% of the total cost for the improvements will be assessed, with each lot in the improvement district being assessed equally on a square foot basis. The smallest lot is 1.06 acres. The largest is 4.38 acres. So the assessments range from $84,000 for the smallest lot to $347,700 for the largest lot. We have identified 4 options for this particular action. One is to approve the resolution and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. 2 would be to approve with amendments. 3 would be to postpone consideration. And 4 would be voting to deny the resolution and resulting in the denial of special assessment financing for this particular project. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Questions?
This is 11 lots? How many lots is this?
11?
It is 11.
11 lots.
Yeah. Do we ever look at the relative amount that we're, supporting financially? I mean, the developer's going to pay the cost, but I mean, at what point, will we do this for 1 lot, or would we rather do it for 50 lots? I mean, it's when you look at that chart we had in 2 or 3 items back as far as our special assessment debt financing. Yeah.
So we've broken the special assessment process into 2 steps. The first step is that level of analysis and more in terms of cost, allocation of cost, impacts on debt service, market absorption, and that is the governing body's first step, authorizing staff to then put forth the work to get to this step. So I don't know I guess the date's in the staff report, right? That the initial authorization was January 22nd of this year. So that staff report had all that standardized analysis that we provide per special assessment district.
It's a whole lot for one lot.
I guess my question is has the sticker shock inflation factor been figured into this? A developer would like to speak to that.
Yeah. While he's on his way, we might add to your point of, the cost per lot. Maybe the developer can speak to the assumptions about the market for that and absorption of that.
Be happy to. So, Commission, thank you for allowing me to come up here. My name's Derek Lee. I'm one of the developers. So, in Overlook Estates, you're correct, those lots run between an acre and a little over 4 acres. And for a comparison, when River Run, the phase 1 of this development, was built 20 years ago, lots that had a vantage point view sold for between $4.50 and $5 a square foot. Our most expensive lot is $3.50 a square foot 20 years later. When it comes to specials, if you compare nearby neighborhoods, take Cedar Point as an example, where lots sell for about $3.50 a square foot. The specials come out to $4.50 a square foot. I'm told that's fairly average. We're $1.82 a square foot. So no, I don't believe there will be any sticker shock. And of course, we have to financially guarantee the work that is done. And, the estimates are a $20 to $27 million tax basis that we're putting on the rolls for the city of Salina. We already have projects committed for roughly a third of that for homes to be built. So yes, it is a lot of money, but they're very large lots. And per square foot, we're less than other lots in the area, less than other lots next door that sold 20 years ago, not adjusting for inflation. Our specials are some of the lowest per square foot of any development. And we're very confident in the product we have, and we've had great response to it. That's why we already have projects committed and are shovel ready and ready to move forward. Be happy to stand for any other questions.
Questions for Mr. Lee? Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time.
Any other developer comments? Any public comment on this issue?
Well, here's my problem. Mark
Name,
Leibus,
please.
by the way.
Your name, please.
I already gave that.
Go ahead and
My
state it
problem
again.
with the developer is he's using 20-year-old data.
State your name again, sir.
Mark
For the record.
Leibus. I request my time be restarted since you requested
Just
mine.
continue.
Okay, then I'll go over the time. My problem with the developer is he's using 20-year-old data. Come on now. A developer easily can get data 10, 5, 3 years. I mean, Saline County does their taxes every 3 years. So if you prove the developer underneath 20 years, you don't give a rat's ass. I will use that. By the way, I'm legal to, Mr. Longbine. Which goes along with the water treatment plant. You use 10-year-old data, even though you had a fucking shit ton of other information. I will not hold that tongue. So if you prove it, that's up to you. But remember, only about 12,000 people vote in city elections. What about the other, 2/3?
Any other comment? Bring it back for action.
Mr. Mayor, I move this governing body approve resolution number 24-8205 and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement between the city of Salina and Overlook Estates LLC.
Second.
A motion is second to approve resolution number 24-8205 and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement between the city of Salina and Overlook Estates LLC. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Yes, item 6.6.
Item 6.6, approve ordinance number 24-11205, amending the City of Salina Municipal Code to allow for towing of vehicles from city lots marked with temporary no parking signs.
Mr. Wood.
Mayor and Commissioners, Jacob Wood, Deputy City Manager. The ordinance you have in front of you would add a section to our current section 3850 that would authorize towing of vehicles found in violation of temporary no parking signs. This is in response to increased event activity in downtown, mostly in the parking lot at Ash and Santa Fe. We have the upcoming farmers market that's going to start here in the next few weeks. And as part of the discussion about bringing the farmers market here, one of the requests was if we could remove vehicles that were there at the start, 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. On those Saturdays so that they could host their event. We already actually posted no parking, temporary no parking signage on those lots. But at further review of our code, we didn't have a perfect mechanism to remove those vehicles outlined in code. So what we're asking for is an amendment to the code that would just authorize us to remove vehicles from city parking lots that are marked with temporary no parking signs. As I said, currently there is only one parking lot downtown or anywhere that's marked with those temporary signs. Be happy to stand for any questions.
Just one, assuming the farmer's market goes on, let's say, for 50 years, would the no parking signs always be temporary? Would we ever just put up, you
So
can't park here Friday night until Saturday night?
The temporary nature is that it's really seasonal. So they are marked currently. They say prohibit parking from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturdays, May through October. So they are temporary in nature. They're not during the week. It's just that one specific time period.
Okay. And are those signs temporary? I observed them the other day, and are they going to be there permanent or removed in October?
We'll probably leave. There are a few that are in the kind of the middle of the block. Those ones I think we'll probably remove in October. The other ones that are up around that are kind of more permanent looking, we'll probably just leave those up year round. If that makes sense.
Okay. And has this been discussed with Cox Cable? Because I noticed that's their primary parking place for their trucks.
I am not sure if we've had any conversations with Cox Cable. I will say Leslie Bishop is online. I know that she's kind of been, since we put those no parking signs up, she's been observing that parking lot on Saturdays just to see. And I don't think that we've had a lot of people that are attempting to park there, even though it's not really not necessarily limited at this point.
Yeah,
we can certainly reach out to Cox and make sure that they're
I don't know if those
aware.
trucks stay there over the weekend or not.
Yeah. Go ahead, Leslie, if you...
Leslie Bishop's Executive Director, Salina Downtown. We have talked to Cox Cable. They've been really great about respecting and understanding when we have our events. The gentleman did tell me that they typically take their vehicles home on Friday night. They don't stay over on Saturday night anymore. And if they do park them, like I said, I mean, they've been taking them, and that's what they've been doing. That's been their practice recently.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure they were on the same page. So.
Yes, we have talked to them, and I'm going to talk to them again this week. The market does open on this Saturday, the 18th of May.
Any other questions or comments?
Is the practice for towing going to be the same rotation as like for wrecks and stuff? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad that we're rolling this out ahead of time and not the night before the farmer's market, so. Any other comments? Any public comment?
Mark Lapis. While I don't disagree with the temporary no parking, however, since it is a public parking lot that you're wanting to put it, why even reach out to Cox? Their business, doesn't matter. It's public, right? So that's my question to you guys. I don't disagree with you guys, but why even reach out to Cox except for a courtesy, which you don't necessarily do with other citizens?
Any other comment? Bring it back for action.
Mayor, move approval of ordinance number 24-11205, amending the City of Salina Municipal Code to allow for towing of vehicles from city lots marked with temporary no parking signs.
Second.
Motion is second to approve ordinance number 24-11205, amending the City of Salina Municipal Code to allow for towing of vehicles from city lots marked with temporary no parking signs. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Excuse me, Mayor. This one would require a roll call vote.
And I had that written down here, Ms. Clerk, and it says right there. We have a roll call.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick.
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy.
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz.
Aye.
Mayor Longvine.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0 after the roll call. Thank you for catching that. Item 6.7.
Item 6.7, approve resolution number 24-8210, updating fees for the use of Dean Evans Stadium, Pestinger Family Stadium, and Bill Burke Park.
Mr. Hammond.
Before you get started, I just wanted to review part of my disclosure statement. One of the entities being discussed here is Kansas Wesleyan University. Well, it's not a contract directly with them. My wife is on the board of trustees. So I'm just announcing that the relationship exists.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mayor Longvine. Commissioners, Jeff Hammond, Parks and Recreation Director. Today I have for you the proposed resolution 24-8210, which proposes an updated fee structure for rental fees effective January 1st, 2025 for the use of Dean Evans Stadium, Pestinger Family Stadium, and Bill Burke Memorial Park concerning the use and future replacement of synthetic turf fields. The Salina Parks and Recreation Department has, as part of the City of Salina, offers facilities ranging from neighborhood centers to park shelters to aquatics facilities to outdoor athletic facilities as well, and indoor athletic facilities at the field house. It's important to note that the current fees for rentals and programs do not fully recover the associated costs, primarily relying upon the general fund for support. The proposed resolution would align with Resolution 13-6958, which is provided in the packet. It's the Salina Parks and Recreation Revenue and Fee Policy, or otherwise known as the Cost Recovery Policy, which ensures a financially sustainable approach for recreation programs and services. The policy organizes programs and rentals into categories and provides financial goals for cost recovery ranges. This policy takes into account direct costs, administrative costs, market rates, inflation, budgets to determine fees. Furthermore, the policy serves as a mechanism for allocating the use of the general fund to create a financially sustainable approach for recreation services and facilities, to maximize those programs and rentals and facilities, to adjust to market conditions, and to ensure affordable access to programs and services to the community. Recent synthetic turf improvements necessitate adjustments in fees to account for future turf replacement and also the ongoing maintenance costs to ensure the longevity and quality of these facilities. The method of estimating the future replacement of turf uses a percentage of the total improvement of the synthetic turf project. A budgetary percentage of 55% of that original project is accounted for for a future turf and infill replacement. Provided some background information in the staff report related to Dean Evans Stadium, Pestinger Family Stadium, and Bill Burke Memorial Park. I'm not going to read it all, but I was going to summarize some of the points for each. Dean Evans Stadium, the Dean Evans and the current Pestinger projects were done in a partnership with the City of Salina with Salina Baseball Enterprises. The creation of the Berkeley Family Recreational Area Advisory Board to review rules, maintenance of fields, scheduling, setting fees was created as part of the Dean Evans improvements. A graduated fee schedule was created in 2021 for Dean Evans and will be applicable to Pestinger Family Stadium and is listed in the staff report. The schedule for the fee schedule for Dean Evans Stadium has not been updated since 2021. A summary of revenues collected from the use of Dean Evans Stadium is provided. A summary of maintenance and operating expenses related to Dean Evans is provided. And lastly, for Dean Evans, for more operational control of Dean Evans, a keypad with PIN code was instituted to replace key access at Dean Evans Stadium. Staff will also be able to establish start times for users to get onto the fields, as the PIN code can be programmed to activate at a certain start time and end time. Pestinger Family Stadium, which was formerly Wilbur Field. On August 7th, 2023, the City Commission approved an agreement with Salina Baseball Enterprises related to Wilbur Field and James Matson Field. Additionally, there was an amendment to the agreement approved by the City Commission on February 12th of this year. The agreement for Pestinger Family Stadium acknowledges that a graduated user fee schedule would be conceptually identical to Dean Evans. In recognition of the significant contribution by Salina Baseball Enterprises towards the renovation and improvement of both Pestinger Family and Dean Evans Stadium, Salina Baseball Enterprises shall not be subject to user fees applicable to those fields for a period of 10 years. The amendment to Pestinger Stadium, Family Stadium project approved on February 12th outlined an updated phased approach for that project related to the certification of funds that Salina Baseball Enterprises had on hand. And as of April 24th, construction progress at Pestinger Family Stadium, and actually it's pretty similar to today, as of April 24th, construction progress at Pestinger Family Stadium is moving steadily along with the goal of making the field available for practices for the state baseball tournament at the end of this month. The under drainage and turf field are complete. Site work and fencing are ongoing, and lights and scoreboard are anticipated to start this month. The proposed fees for both Dean Evans and Pestinger Family Stadium would be approximately an 8% increase for a 7-inning game, a 21% increase for a 9-inning game, and a 22% increase for a per practice. The proposed effective date would be January 1 of 2025 to allow these user groups, whether it be the school district or Kansas Wesleyan or any of the Salina Baseball Enterprise, well, won't be charging fees, so any other private groups to accommodate the user's budget for these proposed increases. And lastly, Bill Burke Memorial Park, in summary of the items provided in the staff report, I provided an inventory of improvements that were completed and underway for Bill Burke. There's 2 items in there that are underway items that are starting. Facilities staff will start Bill Burke shade structures at the end of this week, potentially early next week. The rain this early today kind of got in the way of finishing what we were trying to get done today. Our original intent was to have the fence and concrete contractor do that work. However, with project delays due to weather, they were not able to accomplish. So we're looking at accomplishing that with self-performing that within our own staff. Those shade structures will be on fields 2, 5, and 7. Staff are looking at distance signs and field numbering signs at Burke. We're choosing to move away from wood painted signs and upgrading to metal signs. These will be ordered in the next few weeks once we establish distances to the outfield fence. And lastly, additional rules of use signage were determined to be necessary to add to the dugout entrance signs that are already there. A simpler, smaller rule sign will be added to each field indicating the importance of no gum, no tobacco, no sunflower seeds, no tobacco, and no steel spikes. Those are on order, and they should be here by the end of this week or early next week. A summary of costs of operation of Bill Burke has been provided in the staff report. And the recommendation for changing the rental fee structure and rental fees for Bill Burke is also provided in the staff report. In summary, the proposed school practice rate would be $10 per hour per field. The school game rate, it would be $15 per hour per field. The proposed private regular rental for practice would be $15 per hour per field. Private regular game rate would be $20 per hour per field. Game rates for basically all day, 8+ hours, $125 per day. Facility rate, if you're looking to use all 8 fields, such as a tournament, for example, for one day, it would be $900 per day. And then a facility rate for 2 concurrent days would be a little bit of a discount per day at $850 per day. Turf fields at Burke were installed in 2023 and finished in March of 2023. Rental revenue for Bill Burke was also provided. That was 1 year of rental revenue because that's the only year we have had turf, synthetic turf. In the spirit of Bill Burke being a public park and available for the community to access and use, and additionally for staff's ability to maintain the turf and even the wear of the new turf fields, certain turf fields will be closed for public use. And we're talking about the shoulder seasons of the season. Summer's the busiest time. We're talking about fall, winter, and spring. Certain turf fields will be closed for public use and simultaneously making certain fields to the public available. An example would be we close fields 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, but we make 7 and 8 open for the fall season. And then we rotate those 2 open fields with the idea that we're controlling use a bit, we're evening that wear of that turf product. Lastly, as a fiscal note, increased revenues would contribute to the turf maintenance fund. In the staff report, a pro forma is provided to show the turf replacement fund with transient guest tax and the city contribution from fees collected. Staff have options for your consideration for the resolution for updated fee structure for rental fees, which will be effective January 1st, 2025 for Dean Evans Stadium, Pestinger Family Stadium, and Bill Burke Memorial Park. Option 1 would be to approve resolution. 2 would be to approve the resolution with amendments as you see fit. 3 would be postpone consideration of the resolution, and 4, a vote to deny the resolution, keeping fees as they are now. Staff recommends approving option number 1, and I will be available for any questions that you might have.
Questions?
Started that in, I got it locked.
I knew you did. That's why I
It's
started
not good,
with you
yeah.
first.
Better let everybody else have their say first.
I have a few, but I have a feeling discussion's going to answer most of them, so I'll yield.
I don't have any questions yet.
Well, I have a couple. The field rules, does that apply just to the players that are on the field or everyone in the park?
No, I think we recognized that we were putting signs on the dugout entrances with the assumption that we were targeting the players. But it's not just that. It's the spectators use sunflower seeds and those get onto the field. Shelled nuts get onto the field. You know, especially at Bill Burke, we want to try to create an atmosphere that's conducive to youth sports.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's what I thought.
and that's the additional signage that we would have somewhere in I don't think we've come up with a final location of where those would go, but they would be kind of addressing the people that are spectators.
Okay. 'Cause
as much as
at Dean
approaching.
Evans, there's a sign right there, that, but I didn't know about Bill Burke. At Bill Burke, have you got seated the bare spots yet?
They have been seeded. They were hydro-seeded. But there were some areas that took and some areas that did not.
Yeah.
Especially the areas that did not have irrigation with it. So our landscaping staff will have to come back to those areas and address those and bring water there.
And I kind of wondered if it wouldn't be better just to get sod.
You still have to irrigate sod, and those areas that are not taking hold very well don't have irrigation in them, and that's the difficulty that we have.
And did the permanent backstop fence get in yet for Bill Burke?
Permanent backstop fence.
The heavier gauge.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, thank you. The project is, all their obligations have been met except for one small thing. There's some holes that have sunk, and we want them to come back and add soil to them. But yes, the heavier gauge backstop, the 6 gauge heavier duty backstop fence was installed.
And those questions really aren't related to the fees here, but is our fees competitive with other venues?
When we created the Dean Evans fees in 2021, we did do a comparison to other similar facilities that were for colleges or for high schools that were of a premier nature. And at the time, we felt that though they were appropriate, which was now 3 years ago. Bill Burke was difficult, as I shared in my staff report. Finding apples to apples comparisons of Bill Burke was rather difficult because of field size or compared to field size, or if they had infield only or outfield only. We did our best to try to collect as much information as possible, and I provided for that in the report.
Thank you. Commissioner Linkwitz.
I'll pass it along to Commissioner Bobbitt.
I said I had a bunch. You guys didn't have to leave them all. Quick question, and it looks like I'm happy with the transient guest tax and the way we're servicing debt currently at Bill Burke. Want to make sure, so it appears that that additional transient guest tax we're collecting is going to pay the debt up till 2023 or 2033 when we expect to replace debt. And at that point, transient guest tax should also finance and pay for turf replacement at that time, it appears, without any problem.
Debbie Peck, Director of Finance. Yes, in the performa that we provided, and this is not in stone, this is just what was allowable. The transient guest tax had about $635,000 in it before we even started having to pay debt. So that's part of the balance that's in there. It is significant. It is being able to support that debt. What we did in the performa, because the fund balance was significant enough that when we had to replace Dean Evans, we did that with cash out of the fund in order not to have to debt finance that. Then when Bill Burke came on, we didn't have enough to finance that as far as the estimates that we had. So we estimated that we would finance that and carry that forward, and also for Pestinger. We would finance those because we didn't have the fund. And if we have the funds available at the time, we would not finance and pay that interest cost.
Basically, you know, because Bill Burke is the facility that's used by, you know, by the citizens of Salina. It also brings in the teams on the weekend. That's why we went to the transient guest tax. So I guess my question is, transient guest tax is doing what we asked it to service the debt on Bill Burke?
Yes, or on Dean Evans. Or, yeah, Bill Burke,
Bill
yes,
Burke,
Bill Burke,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, and just to clarify, that's a 1.05% increase in the transient guest tax.
Right.
It's assuming full application of that new increment, and then we haven't assumed any growth in expenses or revenue, just kind of flatline projected that out.
Right.
But again, we did that to take that tax burden off of the.
Yes, yes.
Question, and I don't know who this is for, but what do we expect our shortfall to be as far as dollars to replace turf at Dean Evans when that comes due? Do we have any idea?
That's where we came, in this pro forma, we determined that we would be able to pay for Dean Evans in cash when we got to 2031, which is the expected replacement year for Dean Evans.
Because
At $605,000.
Because the use of transient guest tax.
Yes, yes. We're in these assumptions, we're assuming that all of that transient guest tax that we added is going to this project. We're not taking any out for other purposes.
This fee schedule was brought to us, and I know there's a group that meets and is to, I guess, make recommendations, and on page, what page is that? 6, it says there was support for raising fees, however, reluctance to take a vote due to the absence of a representative from USD 305 due to the potential budget impacts. So basically, this is recommendation did not come from that group. This comes directly from Parks and Rec.
Since there was no vote taken, I can see how that can be something that you can take from that.
Okay. Well, because I have and I've shared this with the city manager, and I'm sure he's shared it with Parks and Rec, but I have a real concern over the usage of Kansas Wesleyan and their pay scale. I think the rates they're being subject to paying are not nearly covering the usage that they have. And again, there's going to be shortfalls at some point, and it's going to fall on the taxpayer. If you look at Kansas Wesleyan's baseball roster, they have 80 individuals on their roster. If you have an average high school team, they have about 25 to 27. So even if they divide that up, when they're using a field, they have 40 people on the field at one time if they divide it into JV and a varsity. So, you know, I compare this to if you go to a toll road and you have to pay based on the weight of your vehicle, a Subaru pays a heck of a lot less than a semi. If I've got that many kids out on the diamond, they're wearing that diamond out a lot faster. And I believe our practice rates are substantially lower than they should be because there's a lot more wear on a facility when you practice. If you go out there and watch a college team practice, there's a lot more wear and tear on that facility than during a game. And I think this needs to go back to that group, and there needs to be some hard looks at what they're being charged. We sit here and we talk about we're $25,000 short on revenue rental fees compared to maintaining the facilities. And then we have in here that their sponsorships could be a way to offset those increases. I believe the way to increase that is Kansas Wesleyan put $125,000 into a multi-million-dollar facility. I don't mind partnering, but right now I don't feel like we're a partner. I really don't feel like Kansas Wesleyan is paying their fair share to use this facility. I bet if you go out and check, 99% of the universities have their own facility. They're not using a public facility. And I think that, you know, at some point they're going to have to pony up and pay their fair share. They use the facility. If you look at Dean Evans, and if you look at the number of hours that facility is used, I bet Kansas Wesleyan uses that facility probably close to 70% of the time compared to USD 305 or Salina Baseball Enterprises.
We did do some analysis of what Kansas Wesleyan would pay with the proposed fees, and I believe it went up double, is that right?
I would hope. They paid $14,000 in 2023. I would almost charge them to use Dean Evans when it was a grass field from a maintenance standpoint.
Question, are all 80 practicing at once, or are they stretching out the number of hours that they're practicing? As far as the wear and tear, I mean, is it, 20 players an hour for 4 hours, or is it 80 players an hour for 1 hour?
Most of the practices that I have witnessed, they're utilizing the full field in some form or fashion with all their players.
Okay.
And also Bill Burke, we have a rate there for teams, or it says schools again. Kansas Wesleyan, I went out and looked, their softball, and again, this is how they bring students in, I understand. But they have 40 people, they have 40 girls on their softball team, where the average high school, again, is 20. So we're doubling that. So when they're on the field, the amount of usage doubles probably. And not only when I have my 9-year-old grandson out on the field, I got 68-pound kids, not 100, and I better watch what I say here, but larger individuals using that. And again, that field gets worn out quicker just because of the size of the individuals using it. So I really think that this needs to be sent back to the group that analyzes. They need to take some of these things into consideration and come back to us with some different fee structure. Because I can't approve that. Personally, I can't approve this the way it is.
So would you recommend per number, per hour, per number of players? Because some other school will come along and obviously have to pay the higher fee if they have a smaller roster.
There is one aspect to the agreement that it's running through my head that we'll just have to account for in some way, and that is that graduated fee schedule. So as part of the public-private partnership agreement that we had with Baseball Enterprises at the outset, Kansas Wesleyan got a 75% rate. And that's specific to Dean Evans. We need to take a look at how we carried forward the provisions for kind of mirroring the fee structure for Pestinger Family Field. But I do think we could still incorporate some fee for teams up to so many players, and then if they exceed that, there's an additional rate.
I just really feel like there needs to be a hard look at that. I mean, if I had a business and it was hemorrhaging money, you either do two things: you make adjustments to your business plan, or you close it down. You look USD 305 just on Dean Evans put in $500,000. Kansas Wesleyan put in 125. Salina Baseball had over $1 million. Plus they, took care of all the engineering and project management and all that. So, I think if, Kansas Wesleyan was to go out and build their own ball field, they'd have $1.5 million to $2 million in a facility. So.
Let me just ask an ignorant question here. Is it a measurable increase in wear on the turf when they bring 80 out as opposed to 40?
My answer would be there is a little bit more maintenance that would need to occur, infill that needs to be brought back in. Kansas Wesleyan does a very good job of taking care of the field after they're done with their practice or game, and as does most of the users, including the schools. But it would probably be some of those more incidental things where there's some infill, rubber granular infill missing. They have to do a little more effort to restore those areas.
Because there's a separate fee schedule for the maintenance, isn't it? I thought I saw one in here.
No,
that's just our costs.
That's just your, okay.
That was staff, so the city's costs too, for facility maintenance, field maintenance, materials, labor.
There's one way, I mean, if it's more the maintenance that is needed after, add on a maintenance charge. I don't know how you assess how much more maintenance you have to do after a certain team practices versus another, but.
And part of it's just the wear and tear on the turf, but by the additional usage.
Well, yeah, you have adult-sized people playing.
Yeah, I agree
higher
with
rate.
Commissioner Hoppick that you look at a team of 80 on the field versus their high school team of 25, and there's a lot of difference between a sophomore in high school and the one in college with steel cleats. That is going to be a lot more wear and tear on the turf.
I don't know if
Yeah,
this
they're not wearing
information
cleats,
is, oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if this information is helpful. At baseball, that is correct, though what I've seen is having all the players on the field at one time. Down at Bill Burke is a little bit different. Usually Central will have kind of a more of a high school varsity field and their JVs on another. They utilize 4 and 5, so they spread the wear out. Kansas Wesleyan softball, for the most part, does the same thing, utilize 3, and then have JV or excess work going on number 1. So they do rent multiple fields at the same time, just to spread that wear out. Depends on the roster numbers, as your point. And then Sacred Heart in the past have had enough for a JV and the varsity. Recent years, just a varsity type thing, so they utilize 1 field. I don't know if that helps.
Salina Central practices at Tower Field, don't they?
Baseball, correct. Softball, they'll practice down at Bill Burke.
Softball.
Yeah.
So would it be more equitable to place a limit of number of players on the field and have them rent 2 fields as opposed to?
Yeah. And again,
I don't know how you're going to quantify wear and tear.
Well, I think the analogy of the toll booth and the vehicle weight class is pretty spot on. I mean, there's the inherently different dynamic when you have like little league kids doing their thing versus somebody, you know, like varsity baseball, potentially somebody my size, tromping around that field. And I can assure you, I'm going to wear a field out more so than a bunch of school kids are.
Right, but
I'm just calling myself.
And I guess what I looked at is when I see in 2023, Kansas Wesleyan paid $14,000, and they, again, you have to remember they have a fall and a spring season too. You know, versus high school just has a spring season. So out of all that usage, they paid $14,000 in 2023. And that includes maintenance, and that includes wear and tear. If you take that $14,000 over a 10-year period on turf, that's $140,000. And when that school has used the facility 60% of the time, that means the rest of it falls on the taxpayer. Or we're hoping transient guest tax takes care of it. There's a shortfall there in my mind that's being addressed at the college level.
Now, is there time on the field at the expense of someone else's? Or is there other demand? Is there other demand for the hours that Kansas Wesleyan is using the field?
Go ahead. Their season generally starts they'll start as early as January, you know, where the schools or clubs really are not established or starting then. So January, February, early March, there's really no competition, I guess you would say. Is that what you're after? Yeah. Now, when we start in March and April, especially April and May, it's jam-packed. It's full.
But I think according to their agreement, they have an order. You know, this games come before practice, and high school comes forth. I mean, they have an order.
There's a priority
order,
use
yeah.
schedule, and the school district is the city, and the school district are number 1 and number 2, I believe, and then Kansas Wesleyan, and then.
Correct me if I'm wrong. They're more able to practice during the day than.
Well, I've seen them.
Mike, that's a
seen
good
them out there
point.
at 7:30 in the morning.
They do have some flexibility of pressing early in the morning, if depending on their schedule, or early in the afternoon. They'll have a practice before USD gets out of school, and when USD shows up, they're off, and then so it has been utilized that way before.
And Commissioner Davis, to get back to your comment about how we do this fee structure, I think, again, there's a group and it consists of someone from Kansas Wesleyan, USD 305, Salina Baseball Enterprises, and I believe Parks and Rec sits in on that also.
Yes.
I think there needs to be a meeting and, again, address this and maybe they come back and say I'm all wet, but I really think that needs to be addressed a little bit.
Well, ultimately, they're an advisory body, so you have the ability to say they're all wet.
Right now, I'm saying they're all wet.
Yeah. So and much like the Planning Commission, you can send the recommendation back for reconsideration, and then ultimately you have the final authority.
So with the agreement that KW pays 75% of the base rate, is there a way to work around that without raising the base rate? Because then that hurts the other people, like Cigar, for example, they're in the other user 100%, so they shouldn't get punished because we're going to raise.
I don't disagree. That's where that group needs.
I just wanted to make that note. Yeah.
That's a good point, and that's why I brought up the numbers. It may be that there's a rate and a base number of players participating, and then there's a premium rate if the size exceeds that. Then you're able to identify the typical user, or you end up having to rent 2 fields at the same rate.
It's the way I think you can get around it. You either rent 2 fields or you stretch your practices out to cover more hours.
But I think that hourly rate needs to be, sufficient enough too. Again, I'm looking at the total dollar that would be collected over a fall and a spring season, and to help cover the replacement cost.
Right now, who's in that market rate group? I mean, because those are the folks whose interests we may need to protect. The folks who are paying 100%. Could you give just like an example of somebody in that group?
Private team. Hey, I have a team and I want to rent, the facility for 2 hours for practice. A Sacred Heart or an organization who was not a part of the original agreement, they pay 100%.
If a minor league baseball team ever wanted to come and play, that would be a 100% other.
I think it should be 100% plus. If somebody from out of town comes, that's my opinion also. But
other examples, maybe we hosted Region 6, a college baseball tournament. They were out of facility. They were looking for one. They were another user. Just any users that's really not a part of that agreement kind of falls in that category.
So we have a handful of tournaments. They get a tournament rate, or is there a scenario under which they would
get a daily
picked
rate,
up in
and then you get a break if you have it 2 days or something.
But is there a scenario where they would be practicing or doing something that would subject them to the rates we're talking about as a tournament organizer?
There is a tournament rate in there, I believe.
Yeah, no, I understand there's a tournament rate. I'm trying to figure out whether there's ever a scenario where some of those tournaments, in addition to the tournament rate, are subject to a practice rate, an hourly rate on a field.
Daily, right?
No, they usually just book it per the day. They want it for the whole day and kind of exclusive use for that day. And so that's where we came up with the tournament per day rate.
Sure.
Yeah, and again, I know you're doing it for budget, but this really, doesn't going to affect anybody till the fall. So we have some time to work through this, but I think we need to have somebody take a hard look and do a little bit more of a cost recovery type scenario and look at who's using it, who should be paying for what. Now we have Pestinger who, I know there's going to be more usage there, and we're going to run to the point where transient guest tax isn't going to pay for all these. So we've got to start looking at how we really are going to capture those dollars to replace, not only to do the maintenance that needs to be done now, but also take care of that turf replacement down the road.
So I think when we set this up, we realized that the usage fees were not going to pay for the turf. They might pay for the maintenance.
That's right.
But they were never going to pay for the turf.
Right. That's correct.
Yeah, there was a lot of conversation and concern about replacement costs and confirming that we could provide for that combination of transient guest tax fees and use fees. But if number one, it can cover our maintenance costs. Secondarily, it could free up transient guest tax for other eligible uses for transient guest tax if we want to take on other sports-related initiatives.
Is the agreement still in place? As I recall, Wesleyan was allowed to use steel cleats in return for replacing the pitcher's mound.
That is no longer.
That is no longer in place.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
No longer can they use steel cleats. No longer can they use steel cleats.
Oh, they
That's
don't
what-
use
no.
steel cleats anymore?
Them or their competitors or visiting teams, no.
Now, who polices that?
I'm hoping
Mr. Baseball.
I'm hoping Wesleyan does if they're using it. I hope they're policing it on whoever they're playing also. So I don't think steel cleats are much of a thing anymore. I could be wrong, but
They're going away.
Yeah.
You know, as these turf facilities are not allowing them, the players adapt and they'll wear tennis shoes. They're little turf shoes. So they have seems like their bats match their shoes. You know, they have four bats and four pairs of shoes.
Do we have a requirement? And again, I don't know, both at Burke and at Dean Evans, that both at pitchers, at the pitcher's mound, there's a mat down, and at the batter's box, and is that enforced that they use those?
During practices, yes. Yeah, they do.
I wouldn't expect it during game, but during practice.
During game, it's the field, but during practices, they're right behind the home field dugout right there, and I see them used all the time. And even with in other places that there could be some other wear and tear, there's 3 or 4 mats there, and they utilize them.
Okay.
That turf is a petroleum-based product, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And those tend to go up.
How and who tracks all this per hour? How's that happen?
Staff, we collect. I want to go back to the hierarchy or the priority. We start scheduling this stuff the year prior, and in the fall, and we start scheduling it based on their needs and what they want, and then our computer system tracks per hour what is it if it's a practice versus a game, and so it's pretty intense, but we do it. But we have to start early.
Are the keypads up and working yet? The new keypads?
Yes, they are.
Yes.
And they're being used?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And they're billed?
Dean Evans only.
They're billed for their usage periodically, or?
So we do bill them per season.
Okay.
Any school. So we keep track of their hours of practice versus games and everything. And then, of course, there's some additions or deletions throughout the season. We keep track of that. And then towards the end of the season, then we modify the invoice, update it, and send it to them, and they'll pay it.
If someone organizes a tournament, say at Bill Burke, they would be billed at the conclusion of the tournament, or?
Yes, for tournaments, we do reserve it, and then that'll give them an estimated cost based on what they want reserved. And then after, there's always some, again, deletions or additions, and then we know that by Monday, and then we update their invoice and then send it to them, and they pay it.
Yeah, and I don't want people, I'm not against Kansas Wesleyan using the facility. I just think that we need to have a better partnership.
I agree. So
We've got to do our due diligence.
So I do have a motion, but I think if we want to hear from the public, if anybody has any comments.
Any public comment?
Now, Salina, my concern has always been my whole life is water rights, your priority. That is not food production. We're running out of water. You're on the eastern edge of the great American desert. We're pumping it dry, but where are you getting your water? Irrigation or out of the river?
Irrigation.
Water rights priority.
I'm sorry, was that a question?
Yeah.
What was the question?
What is your priority? What is your irrigation permit number? Is it 5-digit?
I do not know.
I've got a 4-digit irrigation permit. We're running out of water, and you're going to use this for irrigation? That ain't food production. You're going to see high-priced food, people.
We're trying to help you. 2 of the diamonds are completely turf, so we don't have to water them.
Well, he said irrigation.
I was speaking of outfield and areas outside of the outfield. I'm thinking of Bill Burke. Sorry.
Separate. You got separate fields.
8 separate fields.
Okay. That's what I'm concerned about.
Mark Labus, I know we don't necessarily see eye to eye on everything. It happens. However, I have to agree with Mike Hoppick because realistically, as far as the fee schedule goes, look, USD 305, it comes out of taxpayer money. both Salina Central and Salina South have their own fields that they can practice on. So we don't need to charge that extra money. It just comes out. So who are we truly building this for? Sounds like to me it's Kansas Wesleyan. And it sounds like to me the vast majority of the usage is going to be by Kansas Wesleyan or out-of-town teams, which generally if it's an out-of-town team, it's a tournament. It's not going to be a practice field. And like someone else said, transient tax. We got to look at who's using it. And it's not going to be by player. It's got to be by institution who uses it. Plain and simple. USD 305 should have the same rate as public. No field, even though it may help degrading that field, should be off to the public. I mean, my goodness, I don't know all the ins and outs. I don't claim to. But how much is the public using it? So none of the fields should be off table for the general public. Say, just Joe Schmo wants to go and have a good time with a bunch of friends and play softball. It shouldn't be off limits to them. They paid for it as residents of this city. That's where I have a kind of a problem. That's kind of a no-brainer. No offense. I'm not doubting any of your guys' intelligence or whatnot. And perhaps, and this kind of goes with this, we need to look forward instead of having the discussion later of these decisions of long-term versus short-term of making these decisions when it comes to sports or any public/private enterprises. Now, I don't know all the ins and outs. I would hope the fees go back to the city, unlike the tennis courts that go to salina.org or whoever it is, tennis.org. Because I would rather see the fees go...
10 seconds, Mr. Levis.
Okay, thank you. Fees go back to the Parks and Recreation versus a private or non-city organization. Thank you.
Any other comment? I would entertain a motion.
I'm guessing BFRA and ECRA are the same advisory board. We just changed the name since it's now Berkeley Family. Okay, I was like, okay. I move that we postpone consideration of resolution number 24-8210 to accept updated fee structure for rental fees effective January 1, 2025 for the use of Dean Evans Stadium, Pestinger Family Stadium, and Bill Burke Memorial Park as related to synthetic turf fields, and bring back to the commission at a future date and time after consideration by the BFRA Advisory Board.
I'll second that.
Question. If that was option 3,
yes,
we should provide staff direction regarding additional information or amendments. I think it would then be, do we want this to be number of players on the field? All right, in other words, what's wrong with the fee schedule they sent?
I don't know if we wanted to, I mean, I'm not sure that decision's made here. I think that's made with the individuals involved with that. I mean,
right, but we just need to.
I mean, I think we're sending it back to, and tell me if I'm not, I think I'm going to look at Parks and Rec staff. I think we've given them direction. I think they've heard our concerns, and we send it back, and along with the advisory board, they take all this into consideration and come back with a request. I don't know whether it's per hour they up a rate, whether it's per players on the field. I don't know if that's even manageable.
Right. Does that need to be part of the motion?
Well, if it's helpful, the overarching consensus I think I heard was concern about the equity and the reasonableness of fees associated with Kansas Wesleyan use in light of the number of players, the intensity of their use, trying to balance that with other users.
Versus their investment when you look at each, between what the city put in, the Salina Baseball Enterprises, the school district, their investment's pretty minimal, and I think that also should affect the fees a little bit too.
Yeah, but when they were trying to get this underway, they were looking for partners, and Kansas Wesleyan anteed up. I mean, that's the agreement everybody agreed to. I mean, I don't think we can shake that out now. We hit them with fees, but they were in early and they got that percentage break.
Again, if I'm running a business and it's hemorrhaging money, I got to do something different.
Well, then you can charge them more fees, but I mean, that's the basis.
I can give them their 125 back, and then we can renegotiate that.
Well, that may be beyond our ability today, but I mean, everyone agreed to that percentage. Now, if it's an issue of use, wear and tear, et cetera, I think those
that is part of it.
Those are
when
measurable.
That was made, now that you've got, as we talked about, if you've got 80 athletes versus 25, there's a considerable amount more.
Yeah, and so I don't want to jump to a conclusion or dictate a conclusion, but what I'm hearing is first we need to look at the fee. Just generically, is it appropriate in relative to our peers? We have the fee, the discounted rate structure, but then I think we're looking at usage, whether it's length of time or number of players, and setting a fee structure that put some parameters on that. If we take those two approaches, then the other users that aren't getting any discounted rate are subject to a rate that we've initially determined to be appropriate, and then we apply the discounts, we apply some up fees for excessive number of players, or say that you need 2 fields instead of 1. I think we can get to some of the equity issues, acknowledge the tiered rate structure, and come back with something that
Right. And for practice, puts more wear and tear. I don't know if you can quantify any extra maintenance you have to do afterwards, but if not, wouldn't spend the time. But that might be an example of another fee could be added on for an intense practice.
And I think that, basing on your average roster of like 26 players versus 80.
NCAA Division I has a limit of 35.
35.
35 is their limit.
So, yeah, I think that needs to be considered. And so did we get a second?
Right here.
Yep.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Postpone consideration of resolution number 24-8210 to accept updated fee structure for rental fees effective January 1st, 2025. And the use of Dean Evans Stadium, Pestinger Family Stadium, Bill Burke Memorial Park is related to turf fields to a specified time and date. Provide staff direction regarding amendments.
Do we have a specified time?
I think the motion was just to staff it through and bring it back to you with a recommendation.
With the BFRA advisory board.
Yeah. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. And that brings us to developmental business. I thank you guys for your patience. Item 7.1.
Item 7.1, approve resolution number 24-8206 in support of Southview Estates, Kansas Housing Investor Tax Credit application.
Okay. And I will be recusing myself from this item.
Commissioner Hoppick is accusing himself. Ms. Driscoll.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, before you today is a request for economic incentives related to a housing project that we have been working on. As many of us are aware, we have been dealing with a housing shortage crisis over the last few years and have made comprehensive efforts to add additional housing units through incentives to our housing stock, and much of that is guided by the Live Salina plan. One of the projects that's been a part of this has been Southview Estates LLC, and they are currently requesting a letter of support from the City Commission related to a KHITC application. That's the Kansas Housing Income Tax Credit Program. This is a program through Kansas Housing Resource Corporation. It was originally part of Kansas HB 2237 tax credit coming out of COVID and part of the ARPA agreement dollars, and has since become a permanent program that is continuing to be funded. Awards are for no more than, the total awards for no more than 1.2 million against state income tax liabilities per project per year. So that's up to 30 units per residential unit and up to 40 units per project based on the population. It's also only allowed for counties of 75,000 or less, so we fall into that category, which makes Salina eligible. Specifically related to this project and a reminder about Southview Estates, it was formerly a vacant 25-acre parcel on the corner of South Ohio and East Schilling Road. The only exception for that parcel is it excludes the northeast corner parcel. A little bit of a reminder about some of the economic incentives and other programs that this property is part of. Southview Estates was a 2021 recipient of $400,000 of MIH, which is Moderate Income Housing Grant Funds, following the approval and applying to the City Commission through Resolution 217986. That is in addition to a sum of $208,000, which was allocated to Southview during the project in 2022's award season, for a total of $608,000 that has been dedicated through the MIH program. Southview Estates has also been approved for a 100% 25-year RHID, which is Rural Housing Incentive District, for an aggregate fiscal impact of almost $6.5 million. That was approved via Resolution 217994 in 2021. In 2023, Southview did apply for Round 1 of KHITC, which is the program we're talking about right now. And they were not rewarded. That was part of the MIH process. That's as the state originally rolled out this tax credit program. It was linked to MIH and since has been separated from that. But that first round is part of MIH, and Southview was not awarded. In round 2 in 2023, they were awarded $30,000 for 12 of the homes in the subdivision for a total award of $360,000. Their current request is related to their current phase. They've noted that during construction, in their request for a letter of support, that cost of materials and labor have increased since the beginning of that project. Therefore, they're looking to KHITC request and a resolution of support for the city, or from the city, related to 32 homes within the subdivision for Phase 3, with a maximum ask of $30,000 per unit. So the total ask for the 2024 KHITC application is $960,000 towards the program. None of the 8 single-family homes or the 24 townhomes included in this pending request have been built. A map was attached to the packet from the applicant. Before you have a resolution that would support this project and go along with their application, the developer will submit this application on their own. It is not run by the city or city staff. So therefore, no staff time is needed or allocated to the KHITC program. Applications for this program are due May 31st, 2024. Therefore, commission action before you is Resolution 248206, and the commission can either approve the resolution of support for the Southview Estates LLC support letter, or it can choose to amend or further give direction to staff, postpone consideration of the resolution, or for deny the resolution and provide additional direction to staff regarding how the city commission would like to proceed. With that, I stand for any questions, and I believe the applicant or requesting party is here from Southview.
Questions from Mr. Driscoll?
All the issues that we had before regarding pricing, sizing have all been resolved to your satisfaction?
Yes.
Thank you.
From the last time you met, we have resolved those issues and addressed them.
I have no questions. Does the applicant developers have any comments?
They have no comments, it looks like, but they are available for questions.
Okay. Thank you. Any public comment? We'll bring it back for action.
Mr. Mayor, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mayor, move approval of resolution number 24-8206, resolution of support for the Southview Estates LLC to submit a KHITC application.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8206, resolution of support for the Southview Estates LLC to submit a KHITC application. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. We'll welcome Commissioner Hoppick back. Other business. Can the Commissioner have anything they'd like to bring up?
I just reiterate, Wednesday morning, 8 o'clock, the police memorial. I've been to it every year for as long as I can remember, and it's a really good recognition.
Yes, it is. And there will be refreshments, coffee and rolls there. So, Citizens Forum. Anyone have anything not on the agenda?
Mayor and Commissioners, I believe it's evening by now.
Pull your mic down a little bit.
I was told that earlier and I forgot. Rosemary Mai from Salina, and I wanted to announce that the Granny Brigade is having an informational meeting on Tuesday, May the 21st at 6 o'clock at the Knights of Columbus Hall at 115 North 10th Street. And our topic is going to be Medicaid expansion, and our guest speaker is going to be Kansas State Speaker of the House, Daniel Hawkins, and American for Prosperity will be providing the food at 6 o'clock. And if you're planning on coming, to make sure we have enough food, we like to have reservations by the 17th of May, which is Friday. And you can call 785-577-5918 for reservations. So it will be a very informative meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not often we get the Kansas Speaker of the House to come to Salina, so I encourage people to attend.
I'm going to go back to reference 3.2. This country has had
please.
Norman Mantle, sorry.
Thank you.
How about Namron Lemon? That's backwards. This country has had law enforcement for 200 plus years, but it's not working anymore. It's broken. It's just not working. Can we return to the system that was here? And it did work. And it has been reinstated in certain areas. It works. Now, number 2, about the statement in publication 311 about the old river channel has trash in it. Why hasn't the governing body passed the ban on the use of plastic? Why clean that river out if you're going to refill it again with trash? You're hoping to do it. Well, if you do get it done, why clean it? Because you're going to fill it up again. So pass a ban on this one-use plastic. As Greta Thunberg, an activist, said, stop SHITTing on my planet.
Mark Lavis. Now I know you might think I bust your chops. That's not for my benefit or going after you guys. It's to make you better leaders. That includes you, Dr. Trent Davis. To get you to think. Stop thinking negatively. It's to make you guys better leaders. I spent 20 plus years in the military. I know what a leader is. I learned from bad ones and good ones. So if I'm up here and it may sound like I'm being hard on you guys, sometimes, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but it's to make you better, to lead the community, not just the 12,000 roughly. Any election year, even though we're about 45,000 people in population, which means you need to look at and some of you have, look at the entire population, not just those that voted for you. That's the difference between a public servant and a politician. And I've said this before, because you know what? and I'm not the only person, because other people agree. I've been singled out by the police, fire, Lauren Driscoll, and all her departments. Oh, I can prove it. That's easy. Civil court doesn't mean. But I don't want to go after you guys. I don't. I want to make you guys better leaders. So even though it may seem harsh or whatnot, that's to help you, to help the public. Because I can fit in anywhere. I talk to the homeless. I talk to drunks. Talk to druggies. All the people that you wouldn't think to even go and bother talking to. I do that to understand them, to understand, quote unquote, the silent majority. I've been through a lot of stuff that allows me to understand people. So, even though Mr. Longbine, Dr. Trent Davis, it may seem like I'm busting your chops and being hard on you. I'm not. To an extent, yes. But it's to make you stronger and better leaders. That's it. Make you better than what you were before. That's why I'm here. Have a good night.
Carol Reed, Salina, Kansas. Well, I've got to revisit this again. Could you read me, is she here, or I don't know who would read this, but I would like to have you read me the LGBTQ proclamation that was for a month. One of you guys have a copy
Before we do
of it?
that, is that something the governing body would like?
It's supposed to be just commenting rather than a discourse.
I didn't catch it.
The request was that staff read the LGBTQ proclamation again, which that's really the governing body's
No, I
call.
think that we need to let that go.
No, I'm not going to let it go. I mean, somebody else can
But we
read
don't
it.
need to read the whole thing again.
I'm just talking about, I don't know the proclamation, but what were they were given a month, right? Because I stood outside also. And there was a couple of events that they're going to put on. So my comments and my questions about the Smoky Hill Equality Coalition, I believe, is putting this on, and they've advertised that that they're going to be the ones putting on the stage thing on, I think it's the 1st of June from 11 to 2. So my concern is this an approved organization? Do you guys take care of that, or who confirms that this is an organization that's proper for the city of Salina? I mean, like we talked about earlier, is it just you give somebody a name and then you get a proclamation? Is that what we're doing now? You guys not? You're confused. Okay, the proclamation, I'm leading to something here, but my question is, the proclamation was given to them and you approved, with Mr. Linkwood signing the approval, that they could have a month of recognition for this organization and what they do. But have any of you checked them out?
It's Pride Month is what they, I'm sorry. It was Pride Month is what they were.
And what do you mean by Pride Month?
That's what it's called.
I know,
don't-
but did you have any
I'm not gonna,
paperwork?
I don't have to define, you know
I'm
as
just
well as I do.
asking
No.
the type of entertainment. So are we concerned about the type of entertainment that we're going to have in our city park? It concerns me because if you look up one of the persons listed, they have several listed for entertainers. One is called Thug Passion. Now the word thug is pretty, I think you all know what a thug is. And passion, of course, is another word that's concerning. And the lewd and pornographic words to the songs, if you look him up, which you can do that quite easily, and I think you should have done before you approved some of this entertainment in our city park on a Saturday in the summer when we have children and visitors coming and walking through the park from 11 to 2. We will have all kinds of people that could possibly walk by there mistakenly. So would it hurt to put up some warning signs to these people as to the type of entertainment? I think we have a gentleman's club at the edge of town, and that's for a reason.
10 seconds, Ms.
And
Reed.
it's up at night, okay? So I'm just saying, we need to be more responsible as to what we're putting out for these proclamations. And I'm with him. I think you need more restrictions and at least check them out.
I didn't say that.
Anyone else? It's getting late. We have a executive session.
How long do we need?
45 minutes, please.
Okay. Mayor Longvine, I move the City Commission recess into executive session for 45 minutes to discuss with legal counsel confidential legal considerations relating to the subjects of 1, points of negotiation with Salina Destination Development LLC regarding Phase 2 of the city's multifamily housing project, and 2, the status of the former Ambassador Hotel property based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2.
With a 2-minute break, that would be 8:50.
Okay.
Okay.
That will get us back. We will meet back in this room at 8:47.
8:50.
We're at a 3-minute break.
We're going to take a
Okay,
little break.
8:50. Okay, 8:50.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 45 minutes to discuss legal considerations having to do with Salina Destination and the Ambassador Hotel, and we will reconvene after a break at 8:50. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
So the preliminaries are, in addition to yourselves attending, it'll be myself, the city manager, deputy city manager Jacob Wood, assistant city manager Sean Hennessy, director of community development services Lauren Driscoll, outside counsel Steve Sparks, city legal counsel Greg Bankson, and Greg Bankson's law clerk. Thank you, Anne-Marie Yatsua.
Say that name.
And don't expect.
Say it, Greg.
Yatsula.
Miss Yatsua. Okay.
And don't expect any public action when we return.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are back in session and we have no action to take. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'll see you on June 3rd. Does that sound right? Yes. Yeah, June 3rd.